of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a crazy fly at the table tonight, so if you see us going like this, it's not anything personal to you here or in the audience at home. Welcome to the second meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Village of Ballston Spa, June 26, 2023, for the month of June 2023, I should say. We don't have minutes to approve. We'll get those for the next meeting completed. Mayor's announcements. I'm going to be short on this end of things right now. And as many of you have heard by now, we've lost a former mayor. Last night, Jim Capasso passed away. He was mayor of the Village of Ballston Spa from 1991 to 1995, and also a trustee before that. His father, he was basically a legacy. His father was a mayor in the 70s and 80s as well. Jim is somebody that was feisty as heck. Those who kind of got in the crosshairs over time learned that, but he was somebody that was deeply, deeply adoring of his family, deeply, deeply adoring of his community, and intersecting the two whenever possible. We want to probably have a good moment of silence here in his honor and memory. Please, if you haven't already, send prayers, thoughts to his family, because he went a little fast. I talked to him not that long ago, and he was saying he was doing well, and unfortunately, he passed away last night with his family. So please, if you can, after we'll ask for a moment of silence in the honor of Jim Capasso. Thank you. We'll share his services, the time, place, etc. When we learn more. They were not up as of about an hour ago when I checked again. Let's go to liaison reports. We'll start with Trustee Cormos. You need a microphone.
I met with Park and Tree, and there are a number of motions on the agenda, G, H, and I, which we can discuss when motions come up, but that was the main gist of that meeting. Other than that, I don't have any other liaison.
Let's see, Vandensa.
Yes, just briefly on the BSBPA, they're plugging along as usual. I just want to applaud them for having the Narcan training at their last meeting, and a special applause to Liz. Thank you for organizing that, Elizabeth. We appreciate it. There were people from their board and also from the community that took that training. So I just appreciate that our community is getting behind this. They will be having their first concert on the park this upcoming Thursday. And that will be at 6 o'clock. It's the B-Spa Community Band. I don't know, Ben, are you playing at that one?
Yes.
All right. There's farmers market as usual on Thursday, 2 to 6, Saturday, 9 to 1. And just some congratulations to Brookside, Boho Chic, Play Hollow, and DB Trends for having some pretty amazing community events, promoting their businesses and other businesses in the community. So we really appreciate their efforts.
Trustee Raymond.
The conversation with Jeff, security cameras and lighting has been installed in Kelly Park. Security camera has been installed nearby the IM Spring. They got that done this week. They're also working on sign installation. They did this week. They also had to address replacing a hydrant that was hit as part of a vehicle crash. And they've been chasing, oh, sorry, that's not delicious. We've been chasing down, basically putting out flyers this week, various kinds. One thing he did want me to mention is it's bag and bundle. Some folks, they're still putting out their loose clippings and brush, and it needs to be bundled or bagged. And let's see what else we had. The sign installation. And he also our one traffic signal in Ballston?
It's our single village one because the other ones are
Yeah.
DOT, the other three.
Right, so our signal, it's basically on flash now because the, the age of it, it's 30+ years old, the equipment died. Jeff was able to locate somebody, a private contractor who had the equipment to replace it. So that's going to be done in the upcoming weeks, hopefully. And other than that, I think that's pretty much everything that he thought. He is still working on paving and coming up with a paving list. When he gets that done, he's going to do an approximate schedule of a 2-week range when each street is going to be done. And hopefully we can post that on the village website, just to give folks a heads up when, what streets might be closed off or being worked on. So that's all I have.
Thank you. And Trustee Baskin.
Thanks. So the Arts Committee did not meet last week, and Liz shared with you what the Park and Tree does, and that's really all I have. And I assume DPW is also working on some street signs and things like that, as you mentioned before. Thank you.
Okay, and up next, Treasurer's Report. At this point, I would like to state that I am appointing the Deputy Treasurer to become our Treasurer. Melissa McCann is the appointment to Treasurer. She's somebody that picked up our system very quickly. She's been very adept at getting things like payroll organized and a lot of the other things like retro pay, which is a one-off type of situation with the police department. She's been working hard with Don Traver on that as well. She basically reached out to our previous treasurer, Barbara Bartlett, to ask, hey, what do you think? Is this something I can do? And Barbara said without hesitation, yes, from the experiences she's had with Melissa. And I think that's a pretty good vote of confidence at that point in time. So Melissa McCann is our new treasurer, and we are going to be very quickly looking for deputy treasurer, which is a part-time position, 19 hours or less a week, and resuming that search. We know we got a lot of good resumes for people looking for full-time work in the realm of treasurer. So we'll see if we can convert some of those over into the part-time realm for deputy treasurer at this point in time and move that forward. So thank you to her. I've been working to schedule a discussion with EFPR to get our agreement kind of put together with them. Unfortunately, because of travel issues all along the Eastern Seaboard today and into the Midwest, I got in late, so I was not able to talk to EFPR today. So it'll probably be either tomorrow or Wednesday. And just looking at kind of the changes that they had made in the agreement compared to last year's. The price went down per month, but then they separated out some of the things that they had wanted to make sure were underscored or separated because of our history with them. And they're realizing certain things where maybe they're not making the money where they should be or spending too many hours in the process on the monthly part of it. So there's some give and take, again, still to be had there, and we'll have that discussion with them soon. Taxes due at the end of the month. We're almost there. This is the week. And we should also underscore that water meter cards are due as well. This is that busy month of the year for village offices. And again, I want to thank staff for all the work they've put in to get this taken care of. They've been handling it mightily. And, it's summer month, so it's never easy. Get full staffing during a month like this, but they've been working hard to get things done. And again, thank you to our staff for that. Okay, up next is a presentation, and I will ask Trustee Baskin if he wants to introduce Chris Bradley.
Sure.
He's on, and I just promoted him, so he'll log in a second as a panelist there.
Great. So we're having Christopher Bradley here tonight from the Adirondack Health Institute, and they do a lot of work with smoke-free communities and providing resources and advocacy on that. And so a lot has changed in the last year or so at the state level, and Chris is going to share with us what that has been, and also what we might still want to think about doing at the local level. So thanks for joining us.
And Chris, you should be able to share your screen. I think you're doing it right now, so there you go. Thanks. Not hearing you yet, though, might want to test your audio, just make sure.
Are you able to hear me now?
We are.
All right, perfect. Thank you for the introduction, Trustee Baskin, the opportunity to speak with everyone tonight. Again, my name is Christopher Bradley. I'm the Community Engagement Specialist for the Clear the Air in the Southern Adirondacks program. We are a New York State Department of Health Bureau of Tobacco Control program held by the Adirondack Health Institute that is located in Glens Falls, and we cover Warren, Washington, Saratoga counties. So just a bit of background about our program. I went over the overview at the top there, and our goals are to reduce the impact of retail tobacco marketing on youth and adults, establish a tobacco-free community norm through tobacco-free outdoor and tobacco-free housing policies, as well as decrease tobacco imagery in youth-related movies and in the tobacco industry presence on social media. We do that through our main program initiatives, which include the tobacco retail environment. This is how tobacco products are marketed and sold in our community. So not only where they are located within stores with colorful packaging and flavors, but also where they're located within our communities, whether it be close to schools or youth serving organizations. We work with smoke-free multi-unit housing landlords to establish policies. We know the Clean Indoor Air Act covers businesses, but it doesn't cover those facilities. Tobacco-free outdoors, which I'll speak a little bit more to later today, but that is not only the municipal level, but also covers major employers outdoors. Smoke-free media, and then our Reality Check Youth program. This is a youth-led, adult-supported program for children 13 to 18. It's completely free. They get the opportunity to travel to the state capitol each year to meet with their legislators, develop public speaking skills, leadership opportunities. So if anyone's interested in learning more about that later on, please don't hesitate to follow up with me, and I can get you connected to our youth coordinator. So today, the tobacco-free outdoors, we know that cigarette butts are the most common form of litter in the world. Tobacco litter and secondhand smoke can be hazardous, especially for children. And the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has classified secondhand smoke as a Class A carcinogen. It is the #1 leading cause of preventable disease and death in the United States, 480,000 deaths each year. So it's not a new problem, but it's still a continued one that can be avoided. We know that 1 in 5 New York State youth have used a tobacco product, and their product of choice is e-cigarettes. We know that the Surgeon General declared a youth vaping epidemic. So we're seeing, that this has been a cyclical product of tobacco marketing in our local communities with those products. So over the past couple of years, there was some other pressing public health need, but there have been some changes that you may or may not be aware of in the tobacco legislative efforts from New York State. In 2020, we saw the end of sale of tobacco and flavored products in pharmacies. This doesn't just include standalone pharmacies like your CVS's, but it also includes your Walmarts, your Hannafords, any store that contains a pharmacy as well, with the intention of reducing the amount of tobacco retailers in our communities. As well as the ban of the sale of flavored tobacco vapor products. This prohibits the sale of flavored vapor products that haven't been given an FDA marketing order, including menthol being a flavor, and allows only for tobacco flavored vaping products to be sold. So if you're still seeing that within your community, please reach out to us and we'll get connected with the enforcement agency to make sure that that's being taken care of. We know that's important because flavors are marketed towards kids and is the product choice of youth. In July of 2020, there was the end of price discounts on tobacco and vaping products, ending the marketing scheme to lower the price of tobacco and vaping products for consumers. Retailers are prohibited from accepting them with the intention that youth have less purchasing power. So we know that the higher the price of a pack of a cigarette goes, it directly correlates with the reduction in youth initiation to tobacco. And then lastly, the ban of exterior display of tobacco and vapor product ads near schools, 500 feet in New York City, and then 1,500 feet in our area. So those retailers within that 1,500 feet can't have it out in the pumps or on signs, on the doors, and as well as if they have tobacco paraphernalia in windows, it needs to be covered up if it's within that distance. So just some new changes in the retail environment that you might notice now when you go in. And then what I'm here to talk about today is tobacco-free outdoor laws. So effective October 13th, 2022, New York State amended public health law to prohibit smoking of tobacco and cannabis in state-owned parks and parks managed by local governments. Already in place in New York is Public Health Law Section 1399-0-1, which prohibits smoking and vaping of tobacco products and cannabis in playgrounds between sunrise and sunset when one or more children under the age 12 are present. Both provisions have similar goals to make shared public spaces healthier spaces, but when taken together, they're somewhat confusing and patchwork together that local municipalities are required to implement. Fortunately, local communities have the authority to expand the provisions set forth by New York State public health law to be more comprehensive, consistent, and easier to enforce. So currently in New York State, tobacco-free outdoor laws prohibit smoking and vaping of tobacco and cannabis products between sunrise and sunset at all playgrounds in New York when one or more children under the age 12 are present. And as I mentioned, on October 13, 2022, prohibited smoking of tobacco and cannabis in any public park. And that term park is defined to include public parks, beaches, pools, boardwalks, marinas, playgrounds, recreation centers, and group camps, and also authorizes local municipalities to impose a $50 penalty for violations. It does not prohibit smoking and vaping in the use of non-combustible tobacco products. So we're talking about our dips, oils when it comes to THC. And as on municipal property, other than parks and playgrounds as noted above, and require signs to be posted in outdoor areas where smoking is being restricted by this legislation. So where does this leave municipalities? So without a local policy in place, people can smoke, vape, and use non-combustible tobacco and cannabis products, and all municipal property not affected by New York State public health law. And in addition, the current public health law prohibiting smoking in public parks does not include sidewalks immediately adjoining parks, squares, and public places, any pedestrian route through any park strip, median, or mall that is adjacent to vehicular traffic, parking lots or roadways, theatrical productions, and any portion of a park that is not used for park purposes. So what we have available to support municipalities who are interested in implementing comprehensive tobacco-free outdoor law or the existing New York State legislation for their parks is free customizable signages and posts to support that policy. You can see a picture of our stock signage on the right here. We've worked with other municipalities up in Horicon before, as well as with the larger counties. We're also available to completely redesign it to meet the needs of any policy that's put in place for Ballston Spa, if you were to take that effort on, as well as aligning the language to be congruent with what your policy has in place. We are also able to connect you to the Public Health Law Center at Mitchell and Hamlin School of Law. They are contracted to work with the Bureau of Tobacco Control and are available to answer specific policy language questions you may have, as well as provide you samples that may be of interest. And then myself and my coworker are available to provide any education on the impact of local commercial tobacco marketing, as well as tobacco-free outdoors and smoke-free multi-unit housing. So I kind of blew through that really quick. I apologize, but I'd love to answer any questions to the best of my ability. And if I can't, I'll certainly get that information right back to you.
Sure, Chris. If you could unshare, that way we'll make sure we can get everybody on screen with you. There you go. Thank you very much. We are in progress of trying to revamp our parks law. I was hoping or asking if it's something you'll do. Would you be willing to take a look at the provisions related to smoking in parks? I understand there are some existing laws, but it sounds like there may be some donut holes as well from what you're pointing out here to ensure that we're being comprehensive in what our intentions are once that draft is ready.
Yes, I would. Myself and my coworker are more educators, but the Mitchell and Hamlin School of Law, it's a free resource that we can connect you to them, and they have policy experts who could review it to ensure that there's no cracks, like you're saying, with the existing New York State law. So we could do a soft handoff there if you have it, connect you to them, and they could review that for you to ensure that it's meeting the needs of the village.
We'll let Carla Bittner, our village attorney, know that resources available. I know she often likes to double check on certain things too, especially in new areas of law like this. It sounds like it's developing currently. I think Ben may have a question. I see him pulling the microphone to him.
More of a comment, thank you. And thanks for your questions, Mayor. In discussing this issue with Christopher, the two areas that became clear to me as needing more discussion at the local level. One is the vaping piece, which is not covered by state law, and we don't have to have a whole, debate right now about what should be in the law, but that's a piece for us to think about at the local level. And then also, it's not clear to me that the Tedisco Trail is necessarily covered under parks, and we should think about what we want to happen on the Tedisco Trail. I don't know if really counts as a park or not.
Well, let's ask Chris if he has any insight. It's a trail that's connected to a park, but not directly necessarily defined as a park. How would it fall under the October 22 law that you pointed out?
If it is a municipal ground that's not covered by that park definition, so a trail or adjoining parking lot, it's my understanding that it wouldn't be covered and would need to be covered by a municipal law. So any municipal grounds that aren't covered by the definitions of that park, which I believe that would fall under. But again, I would definitely advise you to follow up with those policy experts because more of that education piece. But from my understanding of the law, it wouldn't be.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else trustee wise? Now we'll go to the public. If anybody has a question, we'll let you just sit where you are and kind of yell it out because I think the microphone will pick you up tonight. Anybody in the audience? Check Zoom as well. Just make sure there's nobody there raising their hands. I don't see anybody raising their hand there. Well, Chris, it sounds like we'll do some follow-up with you after we talk to our village attorney and get that draft law. Appreciate the insight because it is important. I know we've got some smoking scenarios going on in our local parks already that we need to clamp down on. We're starting to actually. We're devising ideas and ways to handle that this past week, in fact. So it's something near and dear right now. And thanks to Trustee Baskin for spearheading getting this presentation. It's timely for us and stay in touch, I guess, at this point would be the best thing we can do.
Appreciate the time. Don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, as we demote him back out of the meeting, I think, and make sure that we don't lose him with the process here. And me and this microphone are going to have issues. I can tell already. Let me reorder old business just because logically, I think we all know that A is going to be something that we should tie to public comment. Ultimately, out of respect for the folks that came out for that topic. Let's throw this one back for a second. Let's look at treasure update, something I already talked about. Does anybody want to make any statement or anything like that related to treasure update? Go ahead.
No, just when able, it'd be great to get those the profit and loss year to date and the balance sheet.
Yeah, I forgot to mention earlier. I don't know if you saw the email of EFPR sending out the May reports around 4 o'clock today, and I sent those over to you immediately. But I knew we wouldn't be able to talk about them because of how late it was. But I did want you to at least see that they were done and are received, and that's the first step to getting to the year-end situation that we need. So they'll show you status of accounts, et cetera, and that'll get you some ideas too. Anybody else? Hearing none, let me tie up EFPR accounting too, since it's associated with B. And I kind of went through that as well. If anybody wants to have any comments on that, go ahead.
Yes, I put that on the agenda because I had asked a number of questions actually last Wednesday.
Make sure you're getting close to that microphone. There you go.
A number of questions about the FRP, particularly one that you mentioned that the price looks lower, but it doesn't include everything that was included in their last contract. So, and they have not to exceeds, which, there's no indication of how many hours they assume that, they gave a fee schedule, but they didn't, give what the average fee is. So there are a number of questions which, before we execute a contract, I'd like clarified because, it has a budget impact.
Yep. And as I said, trying to get that conversation, usually by phone with them is the best way to get the information flow back and forth. And so I will do that. get you the answers as best I can, and then get us a, if necessary, revised version of the agreement if it needs to be revised for any reason. Let's do sidewalk code special meeting while we're here, and then we'll go back up to Trustee Cormos.
Based on our, discussions on sidewalk code, it seemed apparent that there are some other options other than just putting the onus on residents to repair their sidewalks, which, could cost thousands of dollars as we've seen. And I think it's worth a special meeting to explore the other option, which we found out, which would be creating a special assessment. So I'd like to put it on the calendar.
Well, we're still waiting what we asked for from the last meeting, because we've got no verification from Wade or any feedback from Wade with respect to your summary of your conversation with them that kind of led to us getting to this point in the first place. So I would honestly prefer to see that and then move from there, maybe have some email discussions internally about what to do and where to go with it. But I mean, in summertime, it's gonna be tough to schedule a special meeting just because I know our own vacations are gonna get in the way at a certain point too. So how do you want to handle it?
Well, I passed the information that Wade had given us, to the board and to Carla. And, his comments were your attorney should take it from here. So, but Carla wants to know whether, we even want to consider this. So it's a little chicken and egg situation. At least I think it's worth looking into. I don't know what the other trustees feel as well, but, I don't want to, step on anyone's toes, but, I think if we decide to take a look at this, Carla should, contact Wade and talk with him if she has any questions.
Well, I think it's clear you want to look into it. There's no doubt about that. It's a question of just where are we going with respect to the information we have. Do we have the right information in the first place? I think is where the concern was. So again, I have no problem discussing the situation, be it in a meeting or a special meeting or whatever, email, whatever it is, but are we operating with the right information? That was the whole precedent scenario there that we were trying to establish last meeting. And so we're not there yet.
Yeah, sometimes it's helpful though to have a meeting date, and then that creates a deadline for everybody to get everything in order.
Because the real issue here is it's in our attorney's court. She has to verify the information that was provided. And if she needs to have a conversation with NICOM, she should be the one that has a conversation. There shouldn't be an intermediary. That way we can confirm and clarify anything that needs to be confirmed or clarified.
So do you want to have Carla basically go to Wade at this point and then figure out where to go from there? Is that how it makes sense to you?
That would be the first thing, to verify what information we had is accurate. And then at that point, but again, unless we give milestones, things have a tendency to drag on. So do we need to set a date for her to get back to the board regarding verification? Should we do it by the next meeting?
Well, I think that's probably what the goal should be. And then we can establish if we want to do it in a normal meeting or a special meeting from that point. I don't necessarily think we need the special meeting if we can do it in a body of a meeting. I never understood why we were sort of defaulting to special on that one.
All right, yeah, hopefully we can get some decent correspondence back and forth and information and questions answered between now and next meeting. And it'll become clear if we can get something done at the meeting or if we really do need a special meeting.
Sounds good. So I think we have our marching orders. Everybody kind of in line with that? Okay, sounds good. So by the next meeting, we're going to endeavor to get that information between Carla and Wade in that conversation. Wade is the head legal counsel at NICOM. For those that haven't watched our meetings frequently to hear his name bandied about, it's Wade Beltramo, and somebody that we come across a lot in NICOM's conferences, et cetera, out there, because he does a lot of presentations on a lot of different areas of law for the New York Conference of Mayors. Okay, CDTA stop locations, bump outs and social services access and bus shelters. I kind of combined this because it just made some more sense to put it all into one discussion. So for those that don't understand how this is going to work, we're going to retain for the time being the discussion as old business. But the next thing logically on the agenda, because there was no new business name, would be public comment. So you'll have a chance to speak soon after hearing the initial thoughts from us, or we may get involved during some of the public comment, might not. But ultimately, then there's board comments, questions, concerns, or board feedback, whatever we call that these days, following it as well. So there's going to be some level of back and forth here of some sort, but it's going to be up here first, then to you, and then possibly back to us, maybe involving if we want elaboration on a thought from somebody, asking them more questions at that point. Okay, who wants to start, I guess, at this point?
Many of us.
I'll start. At the last meeting, we had a presentation by CDTA. It was a preliminary presentation of some concepts on where they would want to potentially put a bus shelter. Many of us feel that it's lacking in the village. We are the location of the heaviest used bus stop along the Route 50 line. I think we have 100 on and offs, in the village at that location at the Route 50 Malta, Washington. And that is naturally their first indication of where they might want to put a shelter. We urge them to look at other locations, and the other location that they came up with is at Front Street. So they want from this board an indication, not as to which location we want to put this bus shelter, but that that we're comfortable having some minor reduction in parking, because it will take a parking space per side at the very least to do a bus shelter, because our sidewalks are not deep enough. Some potentially some tightening of a turning radii. CDTA has hired a CHA engineering firm, traffic engineering firm, who did the initial drawings. They're not final, but they want to know if we want to go forward. And I think the key thing is there's been a lot of discussion on Facebook and everything else, and a lot of, sort of Chicken Little, the sky is falling. It's just the beginning of this conversation. And they offered to test
For that?
Can you hear me now?
Well, now let's see if they hear you. You gotta keep talking. They won't know.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
It's back. Okay.
Okay, there we go. So for those that missed that, we'll say that the reread that paragraph. Thanks again for the opportunity to present last night. There were a wide range of strong opinions provided. So CDTA will need consensus from the village government if this is a project you wish to move forward. We will need to know if the mayor/trustees are comfortable to some minor reduction in on-street parking spaces, and some tightening of turning radii/roadway width. Unfortunately, there is no way to develop a design that improves the pedestrian environment without these impacts. And I was about to say that gave me pause because realistically, we brought up a number of ideas and thoughts at the last meeting that may have given some input from the public about thoughts of where bus stops could be, where bus shelters could be. There are some not so controversial things in there, like putting a bus shelter to the degree it wouldn't require a bump out somewhere up at Doubleday Woods, for instance. There was discussion regarding social services impact because a number of folks that come in through that bus line through the county needing to get to social services facilities of the county are having issues ever since the 451 line, I think it was, which was a connection line, disappeared. And I addressed that with the Board of Supervisors last Tuesday, and we are going to be meeting, I believe, in 2 or 3 weeks were the dates that they offered up. CDTA, the county, and myself to discuss getting that line back on track. And the county actually has worked hard already to even make that happen. So they agree with us that there's a need to get that line or some type of line to social services from the 450 back intact. I want to thank them for that work already, because I think that's an important part of this whole mix. If we're looking at the number of riders and we can figure out ways to make sure they have shelters and ability to get to social services in the process, that's one major impact issue that we would be at least getting in front of in this whole thing. One thing I did last week, I talked to a couple licensed traffic engineers. Nothing against you, Sean, but I second, third opinion on this one. There was definitely a notion that we need to check some of the turning radii ourselves here because we've been provided no information in that respect from CDTA. Late Friday, I got it back in the envelope, look at this, and I didn't get a chance to really dig deep into it. And I had a lack of copies here because I had to do this from home. Luckily, the green became greener. I actually traced the green and red. You'll see on this. If folks want to share, Jersey, if you could. And what you'll see there is a fire truck trying to make a turn around what is the proposed bump out on Front Street on that option. And you'll see the red line, that is the left side of the fire truck heading south, about, I would say, 3 to 4 feet into the opposite lane on Front Street. And that is a best case turn because that turn is taking into consideration the fact that you can't jump the curb. It's not a legal maneuver. It's not a safe maneuver. And so if the wheels are basically just off of the curb on the bump out, that's the turn the fire truck would be making. And that's from our friends over at Labella Engineers, our engineers here. They have a traffic division. And again, a very quick back in the envelope approach, but they ran a turning test on a fire truck and it failed. So it would obviously take some real redesign compared to what they're doing if it's missing by that much. And I'll make sure we get tomorrow both the pre and post impact scenario side by side now that I have a better understanding of what they had sent over to us on Friday evening. So just to summarize real quick if I could. That Front Street option is something that I know a lot of people have been upset about and I've been concerned about. We've heard a lot of information from emergency services about what the bump outs related to those situations could do to the traffic scenario or to their ability to get through, to have service times that made sense and response times. And Front Street alone is an issue in terms of trying to make that right turn for Union Firehouse, for instance, if that was a maneuver they would need to make. That's just one small aspect of this, but it's an important aspect of this at the very same time. So I just wanted folks to see that, to understand why some people are concerned out there. It's a legitimate concern at this point. Go ahead, Sean, sorry.
Yeah, recently, there's been some correspondence with the fire chief. And he said that a right turn for a ladder truck is a non-issue there because they typically wouldn't take a right turn there. They would go up Bath and take a left turn onto Front. So.
That's EML.
But either one could do the same thing. And by getting off a Front Street, you're actually speeding up because you're getting out of traffic. So your response time actually might be cut as a result. So I understand that this obviously isn't going to work as the way it's shown, but I'm just wondering if that maneuver is ever going to actually occur or does have to occur. That would be my question. And then if this is the case, then it may require a modification to the bump out on the Front Street side and soften the radius, but I don't think it necessarily means that we have to eliminate the bump out. But that's certainly something that we should bring to the attention of CDTA's consultants and say, we have this information from our village engineer. And is this corroborated by your turning radius? And do we need to modify it accordingly?
Dick Duffy, Rob Roy are both here from our fire department, and just if you could give us some insight, even from your seat, real quick. I mean, is that a turn that you're concerned about, or is that a situation that Union Firehouse, for instance, would be concerned about?
Yes, yes, it is. And one of the major drivers, if you're looking at a big red fire truck coming through, I'm probably behind the wheel. I've been in a situation at that intersection where I couldn't turn on Front Street, and that's not with a ladder truck, that's with an engine. People are parked at the light, people are parked at the post office, people are parked in front of O'Brien's, maybe where they shouldn't be, right? You can't make that turn. You gotta wait for somebody to move to make that turn. Also, to Sean's question, the ladder truck, if we're going to Front Street, most likely goes up Bath Street anyhow, because they're coming out of Eagle Mat Lee. We come right down Milton Avenue from Union, reason being, right across, right by the pizza place, you got one of the best fire hydrants in the world, in the village, if you're gonna hit a fire on Front Street, because I've done it, I know. You hit that hydrant, sure, you're shutting down Route 50, but that's what fire police are for. And we can put out any fire and everything. They come in one way, we come in one way. So it is utilized, yes. And it is something to really look at because it's tight. It's very tight. And when you have to stop and wait, that's time, life, and safety.
So it's infeasible to access Bath Street further up front and navigate that way?
From Union, yes, because we come in, we hit the hydrant on Milton Avenue, okay? By the pizza place, when we come in from Union, if we got a working fire, okay?
So what I'm trying to visualize, just bear with me here.
Okay,
So you're turning right and you're on Front Street,
right,
but you're using the hydrant.
exactly.
So if you turned left onto Front Street and went down to the end, you're saying you couldn't do the same identical thing?
Left turn on Front Street when we're coming down south.
Well, if you're on the corner, you're on Front Street near the corner of Milton.
Right, but I,
Well,
It matters
think about
which-
Union, though,
which
it's what he's saying.
direction the fire truck is facing.
Union,
well,
if
it
you're coming from
matters because
Union.
we gotta.
I understand that, but
It
there's
matters
plenty of
because we gotta
side
grab
streets
the
to
hydrant.
access back.
We gotta grab
before
the
that.
hydrant on our way.
Yeah, but then you're just gonna be congesting all the fire trucks down one on Bath Street.
Can you even make the right turn on Prospect, left turn onto Bath in the first place? Because that would be the
And
logical.
everybody's gonna go down Bath Street and all get tied up.
Everybody's gonna
Yeah.
be tied up instead of coming in from two different ways.
And that'll have to be a challenge based on the geometry of that
Right.
situation.
And that's another challenge, yes. The minute you come off the main drag, every one of these streets could be a challenge any given day of the.
Yeah, but we can recognize that Front Street's always gonna have 10, 15
Exactly.
times the amount of traffic that Bath Street has.
Mhm.
So logic dictates that that's gonna be more free flow conditions than Front Street.
But if you come down Front Street,
You're
missing
missing
from
the
Bath Street, there's cars on both sides. You're not gonna get two fire trucks in line or side by side like you might need to. There's no room.
Say for
We
instance,
come, Eagle Mat Lee comes up Bath Street, takes a left on Front Street. We come down Milton Avenue, take a right on Front Street, and we go nose to nose. We hit the hydrant on.
We bring the water
pizza
to
Hut.
us.
We bring the water in. We never come in back to back. We try to come in nose to nose.
And they don't stay at the hydrant, they drop line and go.
Right.
I think the point, at least what I've been hearing from the fire department.
There's no way to
and
get a bump out
public.
at Front Street. There's
I mean, it's
absolutely no way
like
to
just
get.
with life the way it is now, it's very.
If I may let Bernadette speak here.
I'm concerned about limiting any of our access points on any of our streets. And that's what's been consistently said from our fire volunteers. And it's, you know, it's a tight, we're just a built community that has a footprint that it's existed for, I don't know how long, a long time. I can't count. But so we have to be very thoughtful and careful about any sort of decisions we make to create some sort of choke points for not only traffic, but especially for our first responders or firefighters with those big trucks. So, you know, I think they've been pretty consistent in letting us know that that is a concern. So I hope we can continue to listen to them on that.
And today on my way back also, Mike Iacolucci, Chief Bayshore had a discussion going on. Mike was asking questions, I asked Chief Bayshore to respond to. And I was looking at his last response actually today. I never got a chance to forward it, but I will get it to everybody. He put some dash cam video, essentially, I think it was Mike in there, and showed the current condition issues and what the expected movements of vehicles when they're blocking in the trucks that you get through are in that situation. And so that's, I actually learned a little bit from looking at those pictures of it essentially and what they're talking about. So thank you for the back and forth with him on that. And thanks to Chief Bayshore for providing that as well. And I'll make sure, like I said, I get that to everybody now that I can forward it.
Do you know what time of day those pictures were taken?
I do not.
Or which day?
I think Chief Bayshore can give you that.
Okay, because I
It's
know
they're
parking
they vary.
parking was at minimal capacity.
Yeah, I will note that there were very few cars
Park,
parked on
and
the side
that's
of
an
the road.
atypical situation. Most of the time, parking is at full capacity. So people getting over into the parking lane isn't gonna happen.
Right.
No, but they do go through the intersection to the right if they're at the light. And if you put a bump out at Front Street, for instance, there's less ability because you would have to cop a curve to make the same movement. And that's the problem there. Same thing technically would happen
Well,
at.
a regular passenger vehicle wouldn't have to hop the curb. They could just pull to the right
So
like
what-
they do now.
To where there's a vehicle at Front
Cars
Street.
parked on both sides. There's no place to then pull over.
They would have to pull over onto Front Street and then continue, right? If the one vehicle that would block you.
The first vehicle basically at a light, right? Yeah.
The one vehicle that would block you because of the bump out. They would have to make a right turn maneuver or a through maneuver to get out of the way, one way or the other. The other vehicles behind it, I mean, obviously, if there's vehicles parked, they can't pull over.
Right.
So you have the exact same condition as a bump out, correct?
Everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. So
New
it's the same.
Especially
So you would
5
say
o'clock,
it's the same as existing conditions,
Right.
the bump out.
York City 101 though tells you when there's a fire truck coming up behind you, the movement you make is through the intersection into the crosswalk area to your right, letting the fire truck get by or police car get by. Now you're stuck in the intersection. You probably have to complete going through illegally, although you're allowed to because of that scenario. And here, how do you get over there?
And that particular situation only occurs when you have a red light. Correct?
We don't go through red lights.
You don't go through red light.
Not
So
necessarily.
you would stop anyway.
Yes.
We stop.
So if there's a green light, people would go.
Well, they're saying they would stop and then go through once they check to make sure that no oncoming
We
traffic.
don't go blaring through red lights anymore. We stop and make sure it's clear. then we
Right,
proceed.
okay, all right, so I'm trying to get a handle on this, because, I mean, how many if you average it out, how many calls a day do you get?
Let's say we just did 524 calls last year.
Okay,
Some of them we've had.
so that's
50
roughly 2.5
50
calls
or-
a day,
We
Last year
get, we
we
get
had-
20 calls this past week.
okay.
Right.
But annually, you're saying 525, roughly?
Pretty
That
much.
change has been increased.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
so
been increasing
anywhere
every year.
from 2 calls a day. And approximately how long does it take you to get through that intersection? 30 seconds?
Depends,
No, it
depends on how much.
Depends upon the scenario. You can't sit there and engineer and make
Okay.
up any scenario, because every time you come through the village, John, on a fire call,
Everybody
it's
freezes.
different.
Everybody
It's
freezes.
different
They
because
don't know where to
you
go.
react one way, I react another way when a fire truck becomes me, behind me, everybody that reacts different. And I couldn't explain to you all the different scenarios. People stop dead, people go to their left, people go to their right, they don't
We
know
always
what to
pass on the
do.
left.
Well, I understand there's variations, but that's why we have average. To try to get an overall look at things. That's scientific method.
Well, are we
Sorry.
willing
To
to
make
So-
averages for people's safety and lives, I guess I'm just a little concerned that we're not listening to the people that deal with this every day. And
Well, I am, but I'm just trying to get an understanding that if you, let's say you went through it, the stop, and it took a minute on average to get through that one little section where one car might block you.
Seconds,
That 1 minute, I mean, there's 32,000 minutes in a day.
seconds, man.
So that's, if you have 2 calls, that's a 1 in 16,000 chance of that occurring.
But if it's your kid in the damn
Wow.
car up
Or-
there, and
or
they
your
need to
house
get to
burning.
it, it's gonna matter.
But also the chief said that they could make a maneuver into the opposing lane.
We do that now.
Folks,
Okay.
folks.
If
a
I
lot-
might interrupt.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to interrupt this presiding officer
No,
for a second.
but-
Yeah, no, yes, thank you. Okay, again, we're letting the firefighters, because they've been brought up in this discussion, have their say back and forth. Everybody else can get their chance in a minute. Please stay calm about this. There's other topics to look at before we send it out to the crowd here. I think Bernadette actually was the person I was trying to talk earlier that was cut off first. So I want to go back to her, and then Liz, and then Ben, if you've got something at that point, that's okay.
on this topic, I don't actually remember anymore at this point because it takes me a while to get. Just a little bit more on this topic. I understand what you're saying, Sean. You're a person who deals with averages and numbers. However, I think the people that are the volunteers, the families that are relying on our public safety services would be concerned about, those seconds. I know doesn't sound like a lot to people when you look at averages, but that matters to saving lives. So again, I'm just reiterating, so far, I think what I've seen from the public is significant concern about, choking off those points and limiting, really usable intersections for our emergency services. So we really have to look at that when we consider whatever decision we make. But actually, I wanted to talk, if you wouldn't mind if I would move on to the business. What I was disappointed really about CDTA, they came in this meeting last June 12th, and I appreciated that they were here, but I felt more than anything pressured to make a decision, pick one of the three. And we discovered that there was no discussion with businesses, and I'm not one to say, here's some ideas and now we talk. I think conversation should have happened from the beginning. And so one of the things we did, reached out to the BSBPA to, work with them to get a questionnaire out. And I just want to especially thank Nathan Ward, a board member of the BSBPA, and also Dana, who's always helping with everything in this community. We came up with a questionnaire. We all looked at it, and their board also looked at it, just make sure it had fair questions and just stuff that's going to work, reaching out to not only their members but also other business members in the community. Jen, do you mind sharing this? I have some copies for this, just summaries. This is preliminary. We're still keeping this open. I'm getting there, Liz.
Well, you're handing out copies to the
Yeah,
public.
give me a
We
second.
have
I am. They're right here.
Please.
Wow.
No, it's just.
Please have some respect. I am trying to discuss this. You're going to get it in 2 seconds. Here's your copy. You're welcome.
By the way, thank you to Bernadette for actually undertaking some of this.
That's okay. There's actually one's for Terry, but, so, okay. Okay, where was I? We came up with a questionnaire that, I wanted to make sure the business community had input, because any decision we make would impact them. And I wanted to hear, the positives they thought, if there's opportunities they thought were positive, if there were concerns they had. And again, this is preliminary right now. It is still open. So far, 23 respondents had, participated. We want to get more input from the public.
Votes, please.
So thus far, I think there is a lot of concern. There are some people that are supportive and, don't really see a lot of problem with it. What you guys don't happen to have, what I gave to the Board of Trustees up here, is a more detailed breakdown based off of their responses. I just gave you basically the summary percentage data. There are, the first question, do you support any of the proposals from the CDTA? And 65% do not. Some propose other ideas, and I think other people want to see other options. Overwhelmingly, I think when I had discussions, there are some people that support shelters. I think a lot of people want to see different amenities for the bus riders, but their concerns are heavily, they're concerned about bump outs, and they're concerned about parking being removed. And I got to be honest, when I looked at the CDTA's proposals, they seemed to be underestimating the parking that would be lost. And for instance, one area on Milton Avenue, there's a parking spot that they're counting as one, but everybody uses it too. It's very long. You can fit a long truck plus like an SUV. So we really probably should look at that again. And one of the things that I think we don't have, and when we talked to the CDTA, say that 10 times fast, I think I'm gonna. One of the things I really wanted and hoped for was some data, and they're not so far providing us data. It's really difficult to make decisions when you're not providing any more information other than here's some ideas. But one of the things that we thought to ask Nathan and I, and we thought let's try to figure out if we can get an idea of what kind of transportation people are using, the customers, and I want to be able to share that with the CDTA. There's a very small percentage that use buses that are their customers, but there's a high percentage. I think 87% use vehicles. And then, pedestrian, I think it's kind of nice to see that there is more pedestrian usage, because some people park and then walk, and I think that's wonderful. I think everyone wants to see more of that. I think the end story here so far, at least in discussions, is that I think people want to figure out how to provide these amenities. It's just how and where we do that. And so I'm happy that we started this conversation. I'm happy to be SPPA partnered in this. We're going to continue to reach out to businesses, both their members and non-members, just to make sure that they have some input. I think that's really what should have been done to start with, and we'll continue that, and I'll update you guys next week, or the next meeting, not next week, for any more additions to some responses. So. Thank you.
Thanks, Bernadette. Liz, go ahead.
One thing, thank you for doing this. Frankly, I think it was a little too soon. I mean, they gave their initial presentation. They did not ask us to pick a site. They asked which one we thought was the more attractive. No site's been picked. I do think we have to be realistic. They're not going to put a bus shelter where there aren't a lot of people. That's, because they wanted to serve the most folks. But one of the things, your questions is, you know, asking the businesses whether their customers use the bus. Well, how do they know? Because one of the businesses I talked to said, I asked that question, do you know how many of your customers came here by transit? They said, I have no idea. I don't ask that question. So I think some of the data may be a little bit
Well,
soft.
Unsure was an
actually, so to
option.
be clear, I did make sure there was an unsure option. A lot of those small business owners do talk to their customers. I'm not sure which business you specifically spoke to. But I know for them, one of their biggest concerns is how are people getting to my shop? How can we communicate that with the village constantly? Like, we need parking. That's like the biggest thing, right? So they are asking, and they, you know, I encourage that business to maybe from now, you know, starting now, if they haven't, to ask. I'd love to know. They might not know, and it's the best estimate, but it's better to have this idea of it rather than no information on it. So it's, go ahead.
What troubles me is the initiative to basically kill even looking at this.
No one's killing it.
I-
In fact, other businesses are supportive of it. We're
And-
keeping this
and-
open.
I think motion E, which I proposed, is actually saying, let's get information. Let's do some more analysis up and down the street. Let's also factor in the possibility of social services subline somehow, and how that affects ultimately what the ridership habits will become. And just to address one thing you'd said earlier about where there's the most ridership or most people, in the city of Saratoga Springs, where are the most people? On downtown Broadway. And the nearest bus shelter to downtown Broadway is at Congress Park and across the street. And then there's not another one because people don't want their business facades blocked by a bus shelter, probably is my guess as the reason. And so why are we exacting that kind of situation onto business owners that probably don't want their businesses blocked in the same way? Not saying, and again, I said to you earlier on last week, we're conflating three things. Whether or not you like bus shelters as an individual in this community, whether or not you're okay with bump outs generally and their effects, and whether or not you're okay with the relocation with stop. Those are three separate questions, and they've all gotten conflated into, here's three proposals that do all sorts of things like this. And it's kind of like a step back to say, well, wait a minute, I like bus shelters, and yet these other results don't mix with that. So how can I get the best of all worlds? And that's the question ultimately we can begin to work with CDTA to answer, I think, because hey, Saratoga didn't do it in that manner. And yeah, we're not Saratoga. I get that. And our motto generally is we're not Saratoga. But we might want to learn a little bit about how to make sure you have a thriving business district like they do and how to keep it alive. And that might be one factor that kept them out of there.
To be clear, also, I wanted to be very clear that the business community is not making efforts to shut this down. They have conversations when I've been in person. Some obviously have responded here, but they have said, yeah, we need to figure out how to provide amenities. They're concerned about where it's going. So to say that they're wholeheartedly not supportive is kind of missing the point. And I quite honestly am not appreciative. I'm sure they wouldn't be appreciative to be cast in such a light. Yeah, some don't support it all around, but there are that responded that do want to see some sort of shelters. They just don't know where. So far, what they've seen from the CTTA, and they're not really. Honestly, many of them aren't sure that those are the places to put them. And not only that, though, I honestly felt very pressured at the June 12th meeting to pick one. And when you say, oh, it's not binding, but it definitely sets a trajectory that you're going to eventually end up at that location because the board picks it instead of, you know, maybe taking a little extra time to look at different options. And so I think that was a really unfair thing to say. You know, I don't know how many businesses you talked to, but I talked to a lot of them, especially walking in the rain this weekend. So I don't know. That's disappointing to hear from a board member here.
So I have a few comments.
I was just going to come to you, so no problem.
First of all, I thank you for doing the survey. I was disappointed at the lack of teamwork that I requested of you to get this done. I had some thoughts on how to do this questionnaire. I have history and experience doing surveys. This is perfectly fine. I might have suggested instead of a yes, no response, you say, how much do you support, or, to what, how strongly do you agree with this or that? So you have some gradation, not just a yes, no, choice there. But I did not get a response from you when that request was made. Similarly, I requested the results of this before this meeting tonight. I feel like we should have been shown the courtesy of being sent this ahead of the meeting so we could look at it, actually read it and think about it and have some comments on it prepared for the meeting. I did not get a response from you at that request. So there's a lot of talk about teamwork, but there's really, I've seen a lack of teamwork when it comes to this board. So I just wanted to express that,
Yeah.
and now I'm going to talk a
I'd
little bit
actually like
about.
to respond, Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, if I would quickly respond to
Just
that.
to get rid of that point, I guess. Yeah, go ahead.
So Ben, I appreciate your comments. Often this board, members of this board bring things to this board for discussion with, some independent work. And I thought it was really important to work with the BSBPA. I am their liaison. I have a good relationship with the businesses. So there's a volume, I don't know. Okay, so I appreciate that, Ben, and there are many times we work together very well. But again, this was mainly, there's a couple of things. It is very sensitive for a business to come out against. This is a very sensitive issue, whether you're for or against. People feel very strong about these proposals. And one of the things that the BSBPA and I wanted to do was to be very careful about, outing certain businesses. So honestly, that's why it was an individual working, being me, individual working, and Dana and also Nate have seen these results. So there's some accountability as far as, that what is provided is accurate. But really a lot of it was mainly just to make sure businesses felt like they could say and speak their minds without having any repercussions about coming out either in support or an opposition. Because as we've seen in the community, there's people that feel very strongly against it, and there are people that feel very strongly for it. And if you're that business that's providing jobs and that's your sole income source, it's risky to kind of stick your neck out. So I just wanted to provide an arena for them to feel comfortable to talk about these kind of impactful decisions that we're making at the village board. So mainly that's what it was. I'm sorry that you felt left out in the process, but this is no different than any of the board members that have often brought something to the board with their own independent work.
Well,
Okay, Ben, continue.
all right. The other piece that I'm going to take exception to is the narrative that there was no discussion with businesses in general. It makes sense for a proposal to be presented as a first step in the conversation. How would you even have anything to talk about in this questionnaire unless there was something to reflect off of? So there's nothing wrong with CDTA coming here prior to any other input beyond some of the board members as a starting point to start the conversation. And then immediately me and Liz and you and others, I'm sure, started talking to businesses and other people about their thoughts. And that is an appropriate and logical sequence of events. So we shouldn't pretend that some people are interested in talking to the community and others are not, because that is the false narrative. The other thing I'd like to say is that certainly this is just a starting point, and clearly we have to be both creative and intentional in our approach to this. I am sensitive to the turning radius and the fire issues. When I look at these things, I think to myself, well, first of all, I think, well, the priority in my mind is a bus shelter versus the pedestrian safety. That's how this sort of started. And if we have to reduce bump outs for to not reduce the turning radius, then I would be okay with that we don't have this bump out going all the way onto Front Street, for instance, that we don't, there is no bump out onto Front Street. It's just where the shelter is, and that should help. And on the other side of Front Street, where the shelter is, I do not see a big difference, a big impact in traffic due to that shelter, because there's almost always a car parked there. And So the impact really is the reduction of one parking space, which isn't great, but it's not terrible either. And I think we need to accommodate our bus riding population to some degree. So if we can reduce the bump outs and really focus, for me at least, focus on the shelters. I do believe we have to work within the CDTCA.
CDTA, yeah.
CDTA, CDTA, rules and regulations of where a shelter goes. So they may not be able to put a shelter way down the road where there's not high ridership or way up the road. They may have to do it around in this vicinity. The other idea I had, I saw it was actually reflected by someone in the survey, was to put it somewhat in front of Cumberland Farms, just south of Cumberland Farms. I was talking to Liz about this. Liz was saying she's not sure if a bus can block because there's an alleyway behind O'Brien's.
An active road.
So that would have been perfect because you wouldn't need a bump out at all to put it there. But so there's certain regulations and restrictions that the bureaucracy requires that if we're going to do this at all, we can't just ignore. But I am certainly interested in being creative about this to accommodate the concerns, the very valid concerns that have come up. And when I look at the diagram, I think you could have a shelter on the corner of Front and Milton and just have much less bump out. And also, again, on the south side of Front, I just don't see that as being probably a big impact. But I also agree that we should test it and see what happens. And I don't know how long their test is, maybe just a day or two. I don't know. But that would be, I'd be interested in that next step to see what that results in, what data there is.
Last comment for now, I think, and then we'll open up public comment if that's okay. So Sean, go ahead.
So I think there's a lot of confusion going on, and I'm going to try to clarify for everybody. CDTA doesn't need to consult the village on its existing location of bus stops because the village has no jurisdiction on Route 50. So their business model is their riders first, second, and third. So the reason that they're giving essentially two options is because those are the only two options that make sense to their business model, which is to benefit their riders the most. I do agree with Ben, and as I said, we need to address if it's required that a ladder truck take a right there, then that bump out needs to be addressed. And that turning radii needs to be addressed. And that's something that CDTA's consultant, CHA, lots of acronyms, will need to do. And it may require a softening of the radius and a reduction in the bump outs at that particular location, because they need to satisfy that turning radius, at least on paper, before we do a test. Because obviously to put a test out when we already know it looks like it's going to fail, it's kind of silly. But those are the two locations that they're interested in. If you're not interested in either one of those locations, then the whole thing goes away. No shelters. And as long as the local businesses are fine with folks seeking refuge in their businesses because there's no shelter, but the original reason all of this was done was because the adjacent businesses were complaining about people taking refuge in their businesses. So you can't have it both ways. Either you provide shelters or you provide respite to those folks because you didn't provide shelters. So I'm sure they don't want to have to do that. And I wouldn't want folks loitering or being in my business either. So this was an alternative that CDA created that would cost the businesses nothing. And obviously, if they can't minimize the bump outs to maintain a shelter, then the projects go away. So, and also they need to be tested, because everything everybody's saying other than this is speculation and conjecture. So We need them to actually test it out in the field with a mock-up to see how it compares to existing operations. And that's very easily done. You take some observations before you put the mock-up out, and then you take some observations after you put the mock-up out, and you see what the differences are. Are they significant? Are they insignificant? And I mean, it's just simple data collection analytics and a hypothesis drawn from those. Simple scientific method. So I don't know what the aversion is to the scientific method.
Okay,
So,
if I may. I want to go back to how this all began in the first place, going back to the old days of Ray Otten having suggestions about we have existing issues with CDTA in our community, creating traffic tie-ups, et cetera. These were recognized during the Walmart project back when, Hannaford, when we had done the updates back when too. We had done the traffic studies and the updates to see what the issues were at that point in time. The left turns, the buses were the two things creating major issues on Route 50. This was a no-brainer, and the question, as I said on Facebook, was what do? Do you take away 4 to 6 parking spaces to allow for dedicated left turn lanes, and then the other lane would become the right turn or straight lane depending on which intersection? And nobody had an appetite for losing parking for that, which would have improved overall traffic flow in the community. Okay, and that's fair. That's a fair point by everybody. But Sean Hinckley, who is on Prospect Street, had reached out to the trustees last week with some interesting points, and I talked to him, and I really appreciated his point, which is essentially we become very tunnel vision sometimes on certain aspects of a problem. And in trying to use a solution to that single issue, we create more problems instead of looking at the sum total of all the problems and trying to solve them. The sum total of all the problems has to involve what the existing problems with the CDTA line are. And to suggest that CDTA is going to run home and with the ball and take it home and all that stuff because they don't agree with what we're asking necessarily is a little bit foolish, because while their first, second, third concern may be riders and ridership, they wouldn't exist without our tax money at the end of the day. And so I would hope that they would, regardless if it's in a New York State DOT roadway or a village roadway or a town roadway, city roadway, or whoever's roadway, county otherwise, that they would really want to make sure that the taxpayers and those that help create the tax base ultimately are satisfied with where things are. And the thing that I appreciated most in the discussion this past week is that, again, people believe in the idea of bus shelters. Great. And then it's the question of what do we do from there? How do we get them activated in a way that helps solve the issues the community has, such as we now know social services has an impact here. And where's that line? Where did it go? Can we bring it back? Great. What do we do in terms of the existing location of those stops? Why is every proposal keep it where it is or take it to the south on Front Street instead of looking the other direction and possibly helping get the buses out of traffic? So you people, I see a couple people shaking their head in the audience. It's a proposal, it's an option out there. Why wouldn't it be if it could improve the traffic flow ultimately? And we have also accommodated in other ways the bus stop needs for people that may have mobility issues, et cetera, between CDTA Star and the accessory line, the 451 repeat ultimately. Those are the things you have to consider. And to look at these things in a vacuum is a fool's game. It's not going to solve the problem, much to Sean's point. I appreciated that discussion with them to kind of get my own head around this over the last few days. And so with that, I would like to turn it to the audience if I could and let them have some discussion. I know we have some business owners, some residents, some bus users, et cetera. So I think we got a good sample here and on Zoom tonight for who we'll be hearing from. And so let's start it up. Now, I will warn you that this is the general public comment session. So your 5 minutes has to include any discussion you have on any of the motions that are in front of the board. To be fair, Liz, I believe to give folks insight here, I think you are tabling K based on a late email tonight. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so So you'd save yourself some time. I think K, you could wait for another day ultimately. Everything else A through J, I believe, is going to be discussed or voted on. So if you want to bring up those, this would be the time to do it as well. So you'll have 5 minutes. We'll give you some warnings along the way. Respect the person at the microphone or that's on Zoom, please. And let's keep the discussion at a nice tone like we're currently at, because I think so far it's been a very fruitful discussion tonight. Who would like to go first as I get my microphone? I see Anna Histanko's hand first. We'll let her come on up here. And as always, we request you to give your name and address, but obviously it's not mandated by law to do so. But if you can, please do. You might want to turn that on for us. And when you're up there, please try to speak into that microphone and kind of as close as we are. I know it can be a little tough at times. Go ahead.
Okay, Anna Stanko, 32 Kent Street, Ballston Spa, New York. There were a couple things I wanted to talk about, but one, the presentation that was given earlier, one thing I did find curious was, and if I caught this wrong, please tell me, there's some kind of a law that says tobacco products cannot be advertised within 1,500 feet of a school. Did you get that right? Isn't that curious that pedophiles can live within 1,000 feet of a school? Now, does anybody think that that's wrong? I mean, really? I couldn't believe it, but that's our government, I guess. I did want to say something about the sidewalks, just for anybody who isn't aware, a special assessment is a tax. So basically, one of the proposals is they add a tax to every village's tax bill to help pay for those who don't want to or can't pay for their own sidewalks. I take exception to this, as I've just paid thousands of dollars for all of the sidewalks new in front of my house and my rental properties on Kent Street. I don't feel that I should have to pay for anybody else's sidewalks. I paid for my own. Couple of questions about the sidewalks. Who's going to be responsible for taking down the trees that are causing the sidewalks to bust up that are in the right of way between the street and the sidewalk? Is the village going to pay for all of those? Who's going to lay out the sidewalks on streets like Hannum Street and on the north end of the village where there are no sidewalks? And I don't know who's going to figure out where the center line is, even to find out the right of way, because the streets have been paved so often. Are we going to make our residents hire surveyors to find and lay out their new sidewalks as well as pay for the sidewalks? We need to do some more research on that. There are also fire hydrants, personal property poles, and guide wires that are currently lying within where a sidewalk would go. I think we need to look at that a little more. Bus stops. Wow. I don't know whether Frank or Bernadette said it, maybe it was Sean. CDTA obviously did not do their homework, because anybody with any pulse on this village at all knows that Front Street is a terrible spot for a bus stop. Number one, look at O'Brien's. That business has been there more than 50 years, and you want to put a bus shelter in front of O'Brien's? They have the most beautiful window treatments of anybody in the village. That's just a poor idea. How many people use those bus stops? I heard 50 in the news article the other day. Liz, I think you said 50 people a day at one, and I just heard 100 people a day tonight. So what is it? Is it 50? Is it 100? What businesses are they going into? I didn't realize that they were going into people's businesses and standing. And if they are, tell them to get out. Hand them an umbrella. Tell them to hit the street. I'll pay for the umbrellas. How far are they coming from? If they're coming from a half a mile away, what's the difference whether they're standing out in the street for 5 minutes before the bus comes? I mean, come on. Stop being so soft on everybody. I did put this post on Facebook, and I'll tell you all again. I lived up by across from Casio service station, and I didn't have a car for almost 6 months. I pushed my kid in a stroller down to IGA almost every day, rain, snow, sleet, whatever it was, to get groceries, and pushed him back up the hill. I'm still here. If you don't have, they make umbrellas, for God's sakes. What is the problem with people standing out waiting for the bus? Come on, there should be no problem with that. That's just insanity. And if you want to put a shelter, put it down the streets. Everybody says in front of Napa, stick it down in front of Napa. Either they'll go there and stand or they'll stand out in the rain. I don't know, is anybody businesses in here that they're coming into your businesses?
Yes.
Yes, they're coming into the laundromat. Give them a booth. That's loitering. Is that not loitering?
30 seconds, sorry.
Okay. The other thing I did want to mention is I appreciate the cameras, Sean. You said there, did they mention the pool? Is the pool getting cameras also?
I didn't mention that.
Okay. could
We're
you check into
working
that
on
for me?
building up in every park, and that's considered a park for us. So we are working one by
Okay.
one right now to knock these off. And one of the reasons why Iron Spring was important was because it's been vandalized twice in a short proximity of time. In fact, they had taken down the panels, and within minutes of taking down the panels, somebody spray painted one of the windows,
Okay.
literally.
As I did mention, though, that's what some of one of the district attorneys did say, that the pedophiles will look at the pool because they can see through there. So I would appreciate it if somebody would look at that, make sure that we are keeping our children safe. That is of the utmost importance. So I appreciate the cameras and following up on that. And if you'd let me know about the pool, I would appreciate it.
Will do.
Thank you.
Next, Dick Duffy, I saw your hand next. Go ahead.
I, Nick Duffy, used to live 21 Business Street for many, many years. Sold my home. I'm a full-time RVer, but I'm in this area for 7 months out of the year. First of all, I'm going to give a compliment, and I don't usually give this board compliments. You acted very civil tonight for the most part. Very good conversation, very nice conversation. Kept the knives in your pockets. I'm impressed. I am impressed with that tonight.
Somebody obviously a fan of having knives in pockets, okay?
I think you gotta do a lot more study, like Sean says, and other people have. I'm really concerned about these bump outs, being that I drive the emergency apparatus all the time, except when I'm in Florida.
I take his place.
It's tricky coming through town. I'd love to have one of you people with me when the traffic hits just right and we're coming through town and we know we got a working structure fire or whatever, or somebody trapped in a entrapment. It's not pretty. And like I said, like to Sean earlier, you can't predict what nobody's gonna do when you're coming through. Everybody reacts different, and there's the people that don't even hear you because they got their earbuds in their ears and whatever. So I hope you really study these. Frank, you answered my question on how this really started back when Mr. Otten brought up about emergency vehicles coming through the village and the traffic flow and the bus holding up thing. Very true. I worked in Albany for almost 40 years. I was one of them 5 o'clock guys come to home. Now I know, just as I was getting done work, you were lined up all the way back to East Line Road for God's sakes on 67. Well, when you get into the village, if you hit up CDA bus back by Cunningham's, okay, you're behind that bus. That's holding up traffic all the way through the village. And then what does it do? That's when it backs up down Route 50, down 67. I experienced it for a long time. Really need to address something with the CDTA. I know parking spots are a premium in the village. I know all about that, and I understand that. I don't know how many parking spots you'll lose to a bump out that they're talking. If we're gonna lose parking spots, especially in the major district where we're talking, why don't we lose them so the bus can pull off and traffic can keep flowing? That's one of my suggestions. I said it on Facebook. I'll say it here again. I think it's something worth looking into. I know business owners will kill me because I understand parking's at a premium. People don't want to walk that are driving into the village. They want to park in the front of the restaurant or the store that they're going to. It's just habit. But we have many people that walk in the village, so they need to be accommodated too. But I think it really needs to be studied on the safety aspect of it and what we really do here before we jump into it. And hey, if CDTA wants to spend their money and if we can utilize it, use it. You know, that's how I feel.
Thank you, Dick. Gina?
We can have this wherever we go.
You've done that for how many years that I've known you?
61 years.
Gina Morosi, 10 Old Glory Lane, Ballston Spa. Beyond Ray's suggestions and calling attention to the problems, I'd like to know how the CDTA actually got involved. Did someone call them? That's a question. Did someone call the CDTA and say, we have an issue?
I believe the answer is that they reached out, they said they were interested in it around the same time that we were having the discussion ourselves about the impassability issues, et cetera. And so it basically was a tandem timing that occurred. And we had asked Liz to work, especially with Ray and Colby Crow, to discuss the emergency services aspects of what was going on, since Ray and Colby had both raised issues with it along the way. That was my recollection of how we even got here.
Okay. And prior to the June 12th meeting, there was a walkthrough that was performed, correct? That's a question.
Purportedly, yes.
And who was on that walkthrough?
Nor was I.
Actually, the mayor said at the beginning of this that there would be some back and forth regarding this. Maybe you didn't hear him. Were you aware of the walkthrough?
No.
So you were surprised, as we were, to learn on June 12th that this walkthrough took place and that this was all in the works. Who was on the walkthrough? I'd like to know. I think we all have a right to know who was on the walkthrough.
Sean and myself,
Sean, yourself, and who?
and Ross, and the consultant from CHA.
Just the four of you, no one else.
No, because they wanted to meet with the whole board, and I explained if they did a walkthrough with the whole board, it would be an open meeting.
No citizens were there with you?
We did talk with, I'm trying to remember, Sean, do you remember when we talked to Colby and something, right?
That's not the question. Were there any citizens with you on the walkthrough?
They just wanted to look at the spots. There was no discussion of this is where we're gonna do it. They wanted to see it.
Liz, she wants to know if yes or no, were there
I say
citizens?
yes or no.
Right.
Were there citizens along with you on the walkthrough? That's a yes or no. Was anyone else besides CDTA, you and Sean on the
In
walkthrough?
Club Harbor.
I don't believe so, but I don't exactly.
No residents?
Well, yeah, two residents,
Who?
myself. and
Well,
Brad.
No,
other-
besides, I just said besides that, Sean.
Captain
Focus.
Literals here.
Why am I not getting a straight answer on that one? Okay,
Let's move on.
I'm moving on because I can't get a straight answer on that one. So, and in the spirit of working together and you chastised Bernadette over the survey, there really wasn't much working together with this in the beginning, was there, Ben? I'll take that as if you're right, Gina. Thank you. When you don't answer, it makes you look real bad.
So
Okay,
there has
so-
been work together. We all have different things that we work on, and we bring in each other at the appropriate time. So as soon as they did the walkthrough and CDTA got some information, Liz brought this to the board and a meeting of the board to discuss this concept in the CDTA. Nothing has been decided. Information is being shared and with everybody. This conversation is very healthy and good and appropriate and timely. Nothing has happened that has been inappropriate or secretive in any way. And it's not appropriate for you to imply that that has happened because it hasn't been the case.
And out of respect, for a second here, if I may, Gina,
Thank you.
you're getting your time back, don't worry. What led to a lot of the discussion on Facebook and the sky is falling mentality is there was an email from Liz to Ross Farrell and CDTA in Club Harbor stating that a majority of the board wanted them to move forward and was okay with the loss of parking and the tightening of turning radii before any discussion really from the public to this degree and the businesses to this degree was even held. And so that is where this thing got inverted. So I take you at face value, what you just said. You're wrong, because flat out, there was an email saying, go CDTA, go ahead and start designing. And the one that had the
No, it
least
was
impact.
not go ahead designing. It was go ahead and get public input. That was their next step.
No, their next step was to design, Liz. That was in
No,
Ross's
it
email.
said-
I read it.
That's clearly a false narrative.
It's not, I read the email. I read the email to the crowd twice, in fact, because of the audio issues we had.
The next step was to test it.
Oh.
And then design from the test.
Let's go with that.
That's still before the public.
Let's go with that. Even though the walkthrough was done and no one knew about it till CDTA came on the 12th and presented this with their options and then said, you need to choose and see if you want us to move forward. If
No
the-
one said. you
I'm
need to
speaking,
choose.
thank you. I'm speaking. Thank you. I don't care if this turns out to be the best thing since sliced bread. If this is the best spot in the world for this to happen, if the majority, the overwhelming majority of your constituents tell you no, it is not up to you to overrule them. You are to represent them. It is not up to you to fight and argue with them. It's up to you to listen and respect what your residents, your businesses, and your taxpayers are telling you to do. That is your job. You don't work for CDTA. You work for us. And the majority of the people are telling you, no, stop wasting taxpayer dollars and studying something that nobody wants. Thank you.
Jerry.
Good evening, Jared Agalucci, 24 Chapman Street. I'm interested in seeing where this goes. I'd like to see where the testing goes. I struggle to see the purpose of motion E on the agenda tonight, specifically parts 1 and 2. As we've heard this evening, and following the presentation at the last board meeting, it's clear that the reasoning underneath this entire project is that Malta Ave, Washington Street, and Milton Ave intersection has the busiest bus stop on the 450 line. Not Van Buren Street or Prospect Street or Union Ave, but Malta Ave, Washington Street. Why would CDTA seek to construct bus shelters at bus stops that do not have high average ridership? My understanding based on the presentation is that any further northbound stops would be non-starters from CDTA.
Why?
That's what was presented to us in the last meeting.
Why?
That's what was presented, negative ridership impact.
Doesn't have the ridership.
But I also
If
was
it
not
doesn't-
asking a question. I believe this is my time to speak.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. We need to accept, as is noted in motion F, that there is some level of comfort in reducing parking and potentially tighten turns if we want to continue testing and then proceed to ultimate approval of the project. Are we really so removed from compromise that some of our board members can't accept a potential loss of parking in order to explore this further? As has been noted, there are some public safety concerns, and I think all of us can agree that these need to be sorted out through further testing. We've heard that the main concern is Union Fire Company trucks responding south of Malta Ave and potentially caught in traffic. We also heard that this is a possibility even today with vehicles parked on the streets. We need to understand better what the impact will be. Let's test these options to better understand that. Moreover, we've had consistent feedback throughout the comprehensive planning process about walkability in the village. Bernadette, you noted we're a built community, and we were originally built to be walkable. The walkability that does exist was identified as a big part of the charm in our village. Here we have an opportunity, both with this CDTA project and potentially a revised sidewalk code, to ensure that walkability improves in the future. More walkability means safer streets for our children and families, more shop patrons spending more time in our village, and more charm to draw visitors and residents alike. Lastly, I think it's worth noting that the mayor has misrepresented 2 points online, and you've chosen not to clarify those tonight. We know that CDTA specifically cited anticipated negative impacts to ridership in building bus shelters north of Malta and Washington. They do not have to take part in this village. And the more we drive them toward options that are undesirable from their perspective, the less likely they are to take part in this project. CDTA told us 2 weeks ago they would be fine bringing their money to another municipality. The mayor also claims that a typical bus stop is between 60 and 120 seconds in a Facebook post. The CDTA clearly stated in their presentation, the average stop is 23 seconds. Why leave out this information if the goal is to inform the public? I'd like to see the board take the next steps with CDTA and conduct further study of the proposed locations as understood from their proposal last meeting. And lastly, before I leave, I'd like to ask that we ensure that the chatter in the back of the room can be held to a minimum. Thank you.
Jerry, to answer your question about the 23-second number, 23 seconds includes 0-second stops throughout the late night and early morning. The bus stops that we are worrying about most in this community are the ones that are during the day, in which a bicycle is often involved or the bus lowering and raising again. That is not a 23-second stop just by definition of it. Excuse me. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you for 1 second.
Between 60 and 100.
For 1 second, let me just finish what I'm saying.
That's not the typical stop.
The typical daytime stop of a CDTA bus is 60 to 120 seconds plus any other light signal.
And you're citing data from CDTA?
From actually watching the buses, Jared.
That's anecdotal.
It's not
That's
anecdotal. So it's anecdotal. Yeah,
Yes.
and I'm telling you a story of what I'm witnessing.
That's anecdotal. That's not data. That's CDTA.
It's not data. It's not data. So if I sit there all day and watch buses and count how long it's taking, that's not data.
Are you doing this scientifically all day long, sitting in the same spot?
I was at Nomad quite often. I was often producing my
This
podcast,
is not
sitting there in the window
scientific
watching it.
methodology.
Well,
Let's just be
you
clear
know
on
what?
that.
You know what, Jared? Unfortunately, the reality you're scared of is that people are having trouble getting around a bus, and they are piling up all the way up past High Street toward McMaster Street. That's not safe either.
We all
Ultimately,
experience the traffic in the village as it exists.
so why do you think it exists?
What we need to remember is we are not adding buses to this road. The buses are there now. They are making the stops now. We will not add to congestion with a shelter. That is not necessarily going to happen because buses are stopping now. We're not changing the bus pattern.
And the idea that started this entire thing, again, was to try to figure out solutions to what was being created by CDTA buses on the Route 50 corridor. And what we ended up with is something that's actually going to make it harder to have a flow of traffic ultimately with bump outs, because ADA requires a certain width of sidewalk to exist if you have a bus shelter or not. And the reason why you do the bump out is because you have to widen the sidewalk back to have ADA access at that point. And those are not 10 feet sidewalks in all places, or basically it cuts in half. So you have to extend it again. That's why that situation occurs. So the reason why we talk about low profile bus shelters is there are some that are thinner in the base than others out there that have overhangs that aren't counted against the ADA span. That's one
fine.
reason why it's there.
Yeah, we should be creative in that way.
And that came from a licensed traffic engineer that I discussed.
No, that's
Guys, we
That's
should.
good.
Right.
The fact that if the shelters just replace a car space or a car, that does not increase congestion because there would have been a car and there's almost always a car there. So whatever the time for stopping, and I trust CDTA studies, scientific studies to tell us, we're not talking about changing the bus pattern.
Next up, right.
Ray Otten, 16 Middleburg Avenue. And I accept the blame for this whole thing because my name has come up several times as the guy that started all this. As the head of the ambulance corps, I was concerned with getting down through the village to take care of Ben's kid if he was having a convulsion, or Bernadette's mom or dad if they were having a heart attack. That was my concern, was getting through this village in a timely manner. I worked the Front Street fire. Remember that, Dick? Remember that, Rob? I worked that. You guys were not there. None of you here were there. It's essential that the firefighters get whatever they need. If they say no parking on Front Street, that's what they need. That's what they should get. Oh, that's ridiculous. Now I got some data for you. The distance from Malta Avenue to Front Street, how long is that? Anybody know?
282.
282 feet. We were complaining that the bus patrons couldn't walk 500 feet or it's less than 500. So you're talking how much more? 217 feet or 218 feet more down to Van Buren. They can't walk that much more. But if we're moving it from Malta Avenue to Front Street, you're moving it 282 feet. Thank you. I wasn't sure of the measurement. I said 250. You gave me the right data. So we can have somebody walk an additional 282 feet, but we can't have them walk an additional 400 feet. I don't get the math. I don't get that. You move this thing to Van Buren, you eliminate the Malta Avenue stop. Oh my God, those people will no longer take a bus. That's baloney. They still need the bus, so they're going to walk an extra 100 and something feet. I mean, that's logic. You talk about data, you talk about studies. That's the numbers. I'm a numbers guy. Northbound. Do you know what the buses run? What the hours are? What is it?
They run about every 30 minutes.
No. From what time to what time?
What time to what time?
You don't know. It's 5:30 in the morning till 10:30 at night. Southbound, 6:30 in the morning till midnight. Okay. That gives you 27 stops at that bus stop on Malta Avenue. 27 stops at 23 seconds apiece. That's 10.5 minutes per day that they are stopped. Okay. Each passenger, all right, if they say 50, we're say there's 2 per hour on average, because you want averages. There's 2 people per hour. That allows somebody 12 seconds approximately to climb on board, pay their fare, and take their seat in a 39-foot bus. They must travel at 17.5 miles per hour to achieve that. That's the stats. That's the data. That's the fact. You're laughing, Liz. Why are you laughing? It's true. Oh, you're all right. If less stops, speeds increase. If all passengers are picked up in 75% of those time slots, each passenger must travel then at 26 miles an hour to achieve that 23 seconds that you're talking about. That's the data you're going by. That's the numbers that they're giving you. Frank talked about doing a study, a casual study. And I agree, it should be scientific. But I've had some people out there, and myself included, watching those bus stops. I don't see any more than 2 or 3 per hour. They're not there. I don't know where they're getting the 50. I would like to see a breakdown by hour from CDTA of how many people put money in that machine at that bus stop every day. Will they offer you that? They got to collect the data somehow. So ask for that data so that Sean can review it. I want you to do that work. I'm a numbers guy. I want to see those numbers.
CDTA hired its own consultant.
All right, so show us, then they got to have a report, right?
Well,
They haven't done a report yet because there's no data to collect other than that. And unfortunately, to CDTA, all that data is irrelevant because their data says that's their busiest stop on the line. So either it goes there or it goes closer to the central business district, which would be Front Street. They made it very clear in the public hearing that there is no interest in moving that bus stop north.
Why?
Because it's away from maximum ridership.
Right now, but think about what I just said. That extra 100 and something feet. The
They
people are gonna
they
walk.
also evenly space their bus stops
Well, they don't.
within 100 feet. Yes. So 1 to 200 feet, they're evenly spaced.
All right, 200 feet. There
Yeah,
you go again.
But they're generally between 1,000 and 1,200 feet in between that range.
They're coming, many of them are coming from Front Street, so it's not as if they're walking necessarily from Washington, Malta up to Front. They may be coming from the Front Street area.
Or they may be coming from Washington, or they may be coming in another place. They may be coming from,
That's
well,
right.
let's say Chapman Street. Is that, I've heard that a lot.
They might be
All right,
coming from
so-
they might be coming from the social services, which is what we're trying to
Right.
actually
Let's,
rectify.
let's,
Well, there is a
let me,
bus-
let me
there's
finish my
already a bus
data
stop.
here,
There is a
please.
bus stop at Van
I did
Buren.
a lot of work for this. Say half as many passengers per day, say 25 each way. Then each passenger needs to walk at 8.5 miles an hour to seat. Have any of you ever gotten on a treadmill? Started at 8.5 miles an hour, see where your butt goes. It goes vroom, off the other end. Most people walk at between 2 and 3 miles an hour if you're lucky. My wife shoves me downhill in my wheelchair, I'm traveling faster than that. And I know some of you
What
guys would
is-
just love to leave. See
What
me
is
do
the
that.
point of these miles per hour?
The point of these miles per hour is the numbers don't make sense, Ben. They don't make sense. If there's 2 people getting on every hour or every stop, 23 seconds, that's how fast they have to run to get on in their seat.
Have
That's what
have
those
you
stats
taken a
are.
bus recently?
Have I taken a bus recently?
Yeah. Because
I'm a little offended by that question. How am I gonna get on a bus in a wheelchair?
they have accommodations.
On that bus?
The reason I'm asking is because I've taken a lot of buses. First, people don't go all the way to the back of the bus. Secondly,
I'm saying halfway through.
buses don't wait for people to sit down always.
Well, that's
They always
safe.
go. So just so you know,
That's safe.
that's the reality.
I'd be worried about that. I'd be complaining about that if I were a bus rider. That bus driver took off before I was seated. I would be worried about that. That's dangerous. That can't be OSHA approved.
Liz, there's been back and forth, so obviously he's getting credited back time,
Okay.
so please.
I know, she wants me off of here. That's normal.
Wrap up.
I will wrap
I
up now
appreciate it.
because I only get 2 more things. A bus, you talked about a bus. How long is a bus? Anybody know? Sean?
Off the top of my head, I think they're 40.
Yeah,
39 and a half.
39.4, okay, and the width, 8.5 feet, okay. DOT requires your road to be 16 foot for both lanes. They're bigger than that, okay, if you got a truck or a tractor trailer or something coming on the other side. Anybody know the width of Milton Avenue between Front Street and Malta Avenue? You know, so we're all talking about this, but we don't have that data either. We don't have that data. We just look at pictures. Oh, this is wonderful. They're going to do it for free. But we don't have that data. I would like to know that data. And Liz, can you get that other data for me? About the passengers.
Motion E is actually geared toward that question.
Oh,
Right.
all right.
We can ask
That'd be great.
CDTA for that data.
Wouldn't that be something that everybody here, regardless of what side of the aisle? you're
Yeah,
on,
CDTA is a public agency.
Yeah.
So they're completely foilable of all the information. So
All right,
anybody
so-
can
so
go
you do
request.
that.
Well, actually, you could do it, Ray, or anybody
No, I'm
in here.
asking Liz, I'm asking my representative
How
to do
about,
that.
how about the mayor do it in
Okay.
accordance with motion E? Just a thought. Thank you,
Okay.
Ray.
Thank you, appreciate it. And don't blame me on all these things. Okay?
I think Michelle Bouchard had her hand up.
Michelle Bouchard, 14 Bath Street, Ballston Spa.
Michelle, raise that microphone a little bit for yourself.
For the first time, I've actually made notes, but then the whole discussion happened. So, and I hope that I get a little extra time the way someone was seated and got some extra time after. First of all, businesses do care about this. You can't force people to walk no matter what your good intentions are. It would be lovely, but that's not going to happen in this world. Also, anybody traveled by plane recently and you look and you see whether the airlines are on time, they are going to pull away from the jetway, and that's when they get timed. They're going to be on time. Guess how long they sit there? So it's interesting that we're getting CDTA saying it takes 26 minutes or 26 seconds for a bus to stop and go. That may be not really accurate. Liz, I don't appreciate having people's reactions to this being called Chicken Little. They're valid concerns. People drive up and down that road every day. I'm here actually not just representing myself as a village resident, but I'm here to speak for a number of my friends, probably a dozen, and this has been a topic of discussion for the last 2 weeks. And though they don't live in the village, that is their mode, that is their route, that is their commute. They deal with it day in and day out. The idea that this lovely idea, nobody is against a shelter. What's with the placement? That has been the major topic of comment. Why there? There's never been a bus stop there before. Why not? Why there? And when it starts becoming, it's affecting far more than the folks who settle here every 2 weeks and those who listen at home. Because now you're talking about the community at large being affected. Nobody wants to begrudge a shelter for those. My child uses the public transport system. I would like a shelter at places. I was just on Route 7 today, and in 3 miles between the Northway and the car store, there were 3 shelters, 3 in 3 miles. And we want to put one at that junction. I think what also has become a major topic of conversation amongst myself and friends is how this went about, particularly after last week. And it really, if this is the hill that you guys want to plant your flag on and kind of go around, and this is, I appreciate it, because what's happened in the last week is people have finally seen what happens here a lot, those of us who regularly watch or attend. And now this has become an issue that more people are paying attention to, and they kind of go, why? Why are you picking this one? Why this? You know, CDTA can put, they're not going to lose ridership. They aren't, by moving it up or down. I may lose business because I already have customers, and I do talk to my customers about it, who hate the traffic, who want to avoid the traffic coming into the village on a regular basis. It's going to affect a lot more than just those businesses abutting the shelters. And that is so, that's a whole nother thing. How dare you even consider doing that to O'Brien's or to the pizza place? That is not okay. And as a business owner, I'm going to say that. And then one more thing to CDTA. This is not a good look. You really, I hope somebody out there is listening, because you could simply do a proposal somewhere else where it's not going to do this. You know, the old adage of any PR is good PR went away a while ago. Ask Budweiser. So CDTA, you might want to reconsider what your options are. You need us more than we need you. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tim Terbiak. I live on Chesapeake Court here in the village. I am speaking here tonight to voice my support for the potential CDTA plans for the village of Ballston Spa. First, I'd like to thank the mayor and board of trustees for this opportunity to speak on this matter. The proposals made by the CDTA have garnered the interest of our community. While opinions may have varied, what cannot be denied is the members of our community care deeply for our village. The ability to voice these feelings is one of the many reasons why our village is great. It allows us to work together with many perspectives to work towards a common goal, making Ballston Spa a wonderful place to live. As I mentioned, there have been many opinions expressed on this matter. We've heard, we've heard support for the proposals, and we've heard opposition. We've heard how these can be of benefit to our village, and we've heard many concerns on the potential impact to our village. It's important to remember that all these reasons are legitimate to the people who express them. They must be listened to, addressed appropriately, and with respect. Amongst these concerns I've heard, the 3 which stand out to me as most commonly shared are pedestrian safety, congestion on the roads, and impact on emergency response vehicles. When it comes to pedestrian safety, these curb extensions have been known to have many great benefits. Amongst those are improved sightlines for motorists and pedestrians, reduced distance at the crosswalk, and safer driving practices, such as utilizing caution when passing through and turning. With regards to congestion, there are worries that our busy roads will become even more congested. While there is nothing I came across that would support or disprove that theory, I can point to an older study performed in San Francisco, which looked at the impact of replacing their bus bays with bus bowls, which is essentially what's being proposed in the drawings. There, analysis showed bus bowls increased vehicle and bus speeds between 7 and 46%. The one factor which holds a number of unknown variables involves emergency response vehicles. While I haven't come across information on how curb extensions can impact response times, I did discover other traffic calming measures did not have a negative effect. I also came across recommendations made by the U.S. Department of Transportation suggesting considerations be made to the maneuverability of these vehicles, including providing an appropriate turning radius. Unfortunately, the concerns I've mentioned cannot be addressed simply by pointing to other studies or how other cities, towns, or villages have adjusted. The only way we can see the impact these proposals can have in our community is by testing them here. It is with that in which I ask the members on this board to proceed forward with these plans and allow the CDTA to study the potential impact of their proposals. Ultimately, I see great potential in the plans submitted. I see better conditions for bus riders, safer conditions for pedestrians, and overall improvement for the village. It is my hope the board can see the best in these plans, and it is my hope that the decision will make Ballston Spa an even more wonderful place to live. Thank you again for your time.
Can I just ask you a question? Did it say in that study why bus speeds increased and traffic speeds? Is it because they didn't have to pull in and pull out? or-
So the way they were designed, the original bus base, you actually had to pull in and then merge back into traffic. And then the design of the bus bowls was actually, you didn't have to merge back into traffic. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next. Rob? Karen first. Sorry.
Sorry, did I skip someone?
No, I thought Rob wanted to talk, but do you? No, okay, good. That made that easy.
Good evening. I thank you for your time. I know it takes a lot of you guys to do this, and it can be contentious, and you can't always please everyone. My name is Karen Evanarius. I am a local educator. I serve on Gordon Creek PTA. I am a coach. We own 10 East High Street, 9 and 11 Church Ave, 80 through 92 Milton Ave. We are directly impacted by this. There has been a lot that has been said regarding this. We have worked many years in this community. My husband's grown up here. We've been here for over 20 years. We own Cunningham's Laundromat and Spa Cleaners. We are very helpful to the community. We have donated ice, donated areas for the fire department to park for when they do their annual tag day sales. There's a lot that we have done to help out this community.
And thank you for all those things you have done on behalf of everybody involved with the village. Thank you.
And moving of the bus stop is something that we would appreciate. We are a partially attended laundromat, and so we don't have people in there all the time when we're open, and we are open from 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m., which is a good portion of the day of the bus. We have had a variety. There's a lot of patrons that use the bus, and CDTA provides a great opportunity for many people to be able to come to go to work or come in and shop the businesses. But sometimes there has been unsafe conditions. They use our bathrooms, and there has been poor choices made that people have left that have been the bus riders. They loiter in the area. We have spoken to them in nice ways. Sometimes we don't get nice responses back. It has been combative, where we will walk away. There's only so much you can do. Sometimes they are people that might be our laundromat users. There's a variety of people, clientele that we get to come to the laundromat. It's not just people who would ride a CDTA bus. It is all walks. It's like we are a village of friends. Everyone uses a laundromat for a variety of reasons. So we would appreciate the movement of the CDTA bus stop. Having a shelter, we're very much in support, like a lot of other people, but at our locations, the Cunningham's Corner, I think last study was about 30,000 people come through that intersection a day. And we've already lost about 15 feet of our property due to eminent domain when they widen the road. And it would be difficult to put a shelter there for us to be able to keep the parking lot safe. It is also for over 20 years, with the exception of COVID times, there has been crossing guards there for getting the kids to and from school safely. And we know that there has been some problems with crossing from the high school on a different roadway. Down on Milton Ave, cleaning off the sidewalks, the parking lot, and keeping it safe, it would be difficult to maintain that with a shelter. Finding a neutral spot would be great for business owners and private property owners, something that would be a neutral area. As business owners, we did not know any of this was happening until we saw it on Facebook. We did not get any input from, we did not receive the survey or anything like that. And so we didn't have any comments or anything, but I do feel that we have two main properties where this is impacting. And it's very concerning putting this stuff on our property. And we would support moving into a more neutral location that would be something that everyone could work with. We know that we have spoken to CDTA, and I know they can move the bus stops within like 100 to 300 feet. They will move them in different directions. So that is something that I know they will do. And we have reached out to CDTA in the past to talk about that. Thank you very much for your time. We really do appreciate all the work you guys do.
Karen, I'll just make sure that you guys receive that. I'm sorry that. didn't
Thank
get to
you. No problem.
Thank you, Karen. Anybody else in the house? Yes, Mike. Be careful around that camera if you can. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mike Icolucci, 9 Russell Street. Clearly, the CDTA stuff is a very emotional issue, and input from various people is very helpful. I think, to me, when you boil this down, it's a basic question of a trade-off between potentially enhancing pedestrian safety and ridership on CDTA compared to status quo. And I do want to emphasize, to me, status quo means regular backups, both northbound and southbound. In terms of emergency vehicle access, I think all of you clearly on the board, and I think everybody in the public, does not want to compromise safety. However, in the big picture, if it's possible to get enhanced pedestrian safety without compromising vehicle access for emergency vehicles, to me, that makes a lot of sense. Enhancing pedestrian safety, I walk a lot through town. I wouldn't mind safer crossings. People who ride the bus do support in various ways, various parts of the village. And enhanced access to CDTA might, I don't know, might increase the number of people coming into the village. Mr. Mayor, earlier you said something that I think is very appropriate, and it goes across all the entire range. Basically, I might not get this exactly right, but you said to look at this in a vacuum is a fool's game.
Yeah, actually, I think it was verbatim.
And again, I would just want to emphasize that to everyone on the board and everyone in the public. It's not possible to say this whole CDTA proposal should be looked at only in the sense of one element. We all should be thinking about it in the grand scheme of things. The CDTA person apparently wrote that you cannot avoid an impact on the turning radius in improving pedestrian safety. So that's a given. And again, for you, the board, with help from input from the community, you're going to have to decide, is there a point at which trading off some turning radius is appropriate to generate some, to generate some additional pedestrian safety. Lastly, I guess I just want to emphasize that the current proposal from CDTA is not focused solely on Front Street. And if Front Street does not and cannot work, there is another option already on the table from CDTA. And I personally am not someone who can visualize something that's described in terms of anything dealing with architecture or engineering. I have to see it to have a better appreciation for what it means in practice. So I strongly encourage the board to utilize the test pilot that CDTA has offered in order for everyone to get actual experience with what it would mean. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody else in the house? Very soon, that means no. I'm sorry. Hey, Judy. You can always change the subject. Remember what I gave you earlier was the whole discussion of everything else is in play here. So go right ahead.
All right, Judy Esposito, 48 Chapman Street. I'm just going to address a couple of the motions that are on the board, and I just wanted to be like an open book because of the committees I'm on and things I've done in the village. So for motion A, I'd like to thank the board for the go-ahead from the park and tree proposal to go ahead and work in the parks as needed. We have a couple of little projects that we'd like to focus on. And one of those is to ask the DPW, and this is motion G, to remove use that and the bishop's weed that's growing in it. And some people may ask, you know, why are we doing this now? Why are we taking up DPW's time? It really would not be that much time for them to take the use down, scrape off the dirt, put more dirt in and put landscape fabric on. And to do it now would be to create more space in the park for vendors and events. You know, get those ewes out of there, control the bishop's weed. And that's pretty much what I'd like to do, get that bishop's weed out of there this year. So
Judy, can I ask you one quick question?
Yes.
Because I reached out to Jeff during the weekend, but I had a couple seconds.
Okay.
Was it vetted by DPW at all, or because he seemed to know nothing about it? So I'm just concerned about.
I don't know. Well, you can address that to Caitlin. I'm not sure
Okay.
if she reached out about this, but.
Thank you.
You know,
I just trying to figure
I'm
it
just
out.
trying to go through the proper channels. So,
Okay.
you know,
Thank you.
anyway. And also, of course, we would be respectful of DPW's schedule. Someone mentioned the Gym to Disco Trail and the rules and the laws that the Gym to Disco Trail would be under municipal law versus a park law. And I don't know what the difference is, obviously. So I think that's something that should be taken into consideration, because in a person who's on in the garden club, and we work up there in, at the garden up there, you know, we do see evidence of smoking, all kinds of things. So, you know, maybe there should be signs up there. And anyway, and the last is items H and I, about the hiring a company to create a landscape master plan. There's been plans that have been discussed and through surveys with members of the public and the board. And this is just the next step in the process to get a more professional rendering of some ideas. And then we could bring those ideas to the public But first, they do have to take into consideration the infrastructure and what's going on with Lavella and their work in the future. So we would like these two entities to work together along with the mayor, the BPS, the trustees, the BSBPA, and Park and Tree, and of course, Friends, and then bring it to the community. Oh yeah, also, so there's different places that the the spring, we wanted more access for the spring for the public, and it's a historical item that we want to restore and have access and information about. So there's different places that we could put it in. Some people want it here, some people think it could go there. But there is one place that if it goes there, it may, the sewer line work, or the sewer line would be too close to the water line. So we need the professional studies done. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to contact the Park and Tree. I'm on Facebook. And if there's work days that you see on Facebook that the Park and Tree or Friends are hosting, then please feel free to help. So we have that mulch pile that has to be, gotten out of there. So
Judy, are you going to stick around during the actual motions to talk about I a little bit further?
Okay.
I would appreciate that,
Right.
not to belabor it.
And Judy, you're still looking for support for benches in Wiswall, right?
Yes, we've gotten, positive feedback from a couple of service organizations. We have not received any, say, memorial donations. People have said that they want to work on a park bench, but right now, the Friends of Wiswall and of course, the Park and Tree, we don't have money so that we can get that project started. And I kind of dropped not that I dropped the ball, but I had other things going on. And so we would like to try to revive that project.
Thanks, Judy. Jason, and also just as he makes his way up, just a reminder to people on Zoom, I see 5 hands up currently. If you want to speak, we will be getting to Zoom very soon, I think, based on the lessening number of hands going up in the house. So now's your time to put your hand up if you do want to speak from Zoom. Jason Gertler, sir.
Good evening, Jason Gertler, Rollins Street. First of all, I would just like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to voice our concerns or support for this project. I'd also like to express my support for the Avon Ariases. It seems that they are definitely the most affected by this whole plan. So it was mentioned that bringing bus shelters into the village and doing the bump outs may possibly increase the ability of people to come into the village to do their shopping and whatnot. I don't think so. Maximizing bus usage. Not all traffic in the village are cars that are coming to shop or patronize business in the village. To think that maximizing bus usage would minimize traffic and maximize attraction for shopping or eating in the village is a little outlandish. People who are using the buses are traveling out of town or traveling into town to use social services or county services. There's many different facets of the issues here that should be looked at. And assuming the traffic is going to be minimized by encouraging people to use the bus, realistically, that's not going to happen. I did want to ask about the Milton Ave Front Street proposal. It seems that the Milton Avenue side in front of Pizza Works, the proposed bump out would put a shelter right next to the fire hydrant that exists. So are we going to limit access to the fire hydrant, which was already stated that that's the hottest fire hydrant in the village. Also, that the shelter on the corner at Malta Avenue, you're going to be putting that right in front of what looks like the laundromat, the barber shop, the laundromat and the barber shop. Again, and on the other side, on the southbound side, it's going to be right in front of the wine shop. You know, our village, as was mentioned, was built in the 1700s, 1800s. It wasn't built for car traffic. There are ways to circumvent, but only on the west side of town. So I'm feeling that, you know, if traffic is even more congested by these proposals, more people are going to be utilizing these side streets and increasing traffic through neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods. The testing, do the tests. Let's check it out. I don't know. I hope the temporary shelter is inflatable. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Jason, if you
Last point.
go ahead.
Snow plowing around the bump outs, snowbanks makes parking in the adjacent spot is going to be nearly impossible. And also who maintains and who takes care of trash and such at the shelters.
The answer generally is going to be the property owner based on code, because from what I understand, other municipalities, I was warned about this the other day at town supervisor or board of supervisors meeting, that they are not maintained. The extra bump out area is not maintained by CDTA. The shelter may be in pieces or in some way, but the actual surface of sidewalk, let's say the extension, is not. And so it is a concern. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Paul Miller, 524 Victory Circle, Ballston Spa, New York. Not even sure if I'm supposed to be here or Milton.
You're fine.
I just like to say that I'm very impressed. Everybody has a lot of legitimate concerns. I know that I've lost a lot of umbrellas to people standing on the side of the road. I'd like to see some bus stops coverage, subtle, where they're visible to the whole town, not just the edges of town. But I was thinking 4, but maybe 3. Maybe let's just start with 1 and see how it goes. But quaint, I don't, we're not looking to, build a home, but keep the rain off of people's heads. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, good time to shift to Zoom. If there are remaining comments in the house, we'll get to them after some Zoom activity. And Jennifer, if you give me a second, I'm going to see who's on there. Ryan Johnson's had his hand up, I know, for a long time, actually going back to like the beginning of the meeting. So let's see if he's got something to add here. Ryan, if you are still with us, go ahead and unmute and go ahead. Maybe you didn't, maybe you left. Ryan, if you're there. Okay, so what we'll do, Ryan, if you did intend to speak, just go ahead and put your hand back up. Let us know that when we put it down, there was an error and you're just having technical difficulties or something along those lines. We'll go on to Eve Kenyon or even Jack Kenyon next. And in the meantime, we'll see if Ryan surfaces. Eve and Jack Kenyon, go ahead and unmute and go ahead.
Hi, Eve Kenyon here, and I am proud to say that I have lived in my house on 50 North Street for 47 years plus, and I'm so proud to be a part of Ballston Spa. I think it's a great place to live. I do have a couple of things I want to bring out. Number one, I don't quite follow why CDTA is choosing Ballston Spa for this free bus stop covering. Is there another hidden agenda behind it? I don't understand. Why are they picking us over all the other places? And even Saratoga Springs has very few bus coverings. And I think the last one might be, like you said, I think, Frank, at Congress Street or Congress Park. anyway, that's the question. And then I do want to bring up the point across that I see I walk a lot too. I walk almost every single day in the village, all different routes. But I do see quite a number of bus patrons waiting in the rain and the snow at Aldi's and across the street at the old Ricketts. Maybe that could be a bus shelter because it's certainly needed. There's not even really a tree to stand underneath from the rain or the snow. And I'm not quite sure why we have to move from Washington, Malta bus stops to Front Street, why moving that one block would be advantageous to CDTA. I don't understand, because it does seem to that the general consensus that it's going to really be problematic on Front Street, especially for our emergency vehicles. Another thing is that traffic is horrible the way it is right now. I understand that really we're going to have buses no matter what, and they do stop, and you'd have to wait for people to get on. But I just know that traffic has gotten worse, especially since there's so many new apartment complexes being built both north and south of Ballston Spa, and all of the different houses that have been built around Ballston Spa, where they use Route 50 to travel to and from work or to go shop. I would really like to know how many bus riders on a daily basis are getting on and off during the peak hours of traffic, say from 9 to 6, all the way from the Aldi bus stop all the way down to Doubleday. How many bus riders are there? I also want to point out, I believe it's the Rotary Club. A big thank you to whoever put the benches at West High Street for people to wait for the bus. I think that's fabulous. And now I saw them installing one in front of the Aldi's just the other day. So I'm very glad about that. And thank you to the Rotary Club. And to answer Ray, how would he get on the bus? Well, you can. I watched it just last week as I was on my walk. I watched a man in a wheelchair. The bus came up and he extended some sort of a ramp to the guy in the wheelchair who went on. And then as I walked on south towards the post office, I noticed that the bus driver was no longer in his seat. He was making sure that the man in the wheelchair was settled on the bus and safe. And I really thought that was a great thing. He made all efforts he could to help the wheelchair bus patron. But I do want to add that from what I saw, it was more than a minute to do that. But I think it's a good thing that the man in the wheelchair had the ability to get on the bus, because he probably couldn't drive a car even if he wanted to. And I just want to go on record to say that our emergency vehicles should have a priority in this whole process, that it's most important that they be able to do the job that they do so well. And a great big thank you to each and every one of the emergency volunteers. Anyway, thanks so much for a great village and a great place to live. And thank you to each one of the trustees and to the mayor for taking the time to hear all of our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Eve. Ryan's hand is back up. Is that, I didn't know if you actually put it down or not. So if we want to try him again, that might be the right time to do it. And Ryan, again, if you can unmute, this would be the time to do it. As in right now, as in this second.
He doesn't know how to unmute on his right, is what he's saying.
Well, Ryan, I mean, ultimately, if you want, oh, wait a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Johnson.
Hey, I'll keep this short. I'm 1,337 miles away from Ballston Spa today, but I just wrote down some notes, listened to this. My first question to the board would be, why wouldn't the first proposal be suggestions by the Board of Trustees, maybe with some input from the businesses themselves, as well as the village residents? Why would the first proposal come from the CDTA? It's like they're saying, this is what we want. and not saying, hey, Ballston Spa, what do you think will work best for you? I think that's an interesting question right there. I've literally talked to 7 businesses, all of which wanted to remain anonymous. And I would let Bernadette handle that because I thought she did a very good job of that tonight. All of which wanted to remain anonymous for the reasons Bernadette said. They don't want, you obviously, we are a purple community. So if you're in business in Ballston Spa, you have to learn how to so much, sing the hymn of Dixie and whatever the federal song was there. You got to play to both sides. So you're not going to sit there and come out against this. But what people are saying is they're not against the shelter. It's the location of the shelter. And why does that have to be at the busiest intersection in Ballston Spa? I mean, I don't need, Sean brought up the scientific method in one of his responses. I don't need the scientific method to tell me what my eyes see and have seen for 51 years of living in this village. My parents have lived here their whole lives. My father is 76, my mother is 74, said the same thing. And trust me, they don't vote the same way I do. So, I mean, it's not just, I really have to wonder who, the people that see the value, because I do see the value of having the shelter. I get that. But I think the location is horrible. I mean, the bottom line is we can sit here and look at all these studies we want. And Gina took my line away. The 5 people that are up there on that trustee board right now are elected officials. You don't get to do what you want to do. You are elected to do what your constituents tell you to do. You represent us. You don't represent CDTA. You don't represent CDTA telling you this is where we're going to put these 3 spots. And if you don't take it, we're going to take our football and go to another town. We'll go right ahead. Listening to some of the trustees, they themselves don't have another location. They're not coming off of. They're saying this was not written in stone, but it's the only one you're moving forward on. So you're not even willing to come off of the location. So, and again, people are not opposed to the shelters. They are opposed to the locations. I believe, Liz, you stated it in one of the posts that you were almost hit. I don't know where the intersection was, you said. So why would you now add more congestion to an area where you yourself were almost hit? I don't get that.
Because I don't believe it necessarily will increase the congestion, and there's only
Frank,
one.
can you do me a
thing I
favor?
know.
Just, while she's talking over the top of me, can you make sure you just give me the time back? Go ahead, Liz.
I always do. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Liz.
I'm not convinced that it's going to increase congestion. There's only one way to find out is to try
And
it.
we'll go back to my first page of notes at the bottom note. It says you don't represent, you don't get to make decisions on what you think. You're confused there. You represent the people in that room and yes, we are a purple community. You represent all the purple. You represent the red and the blue, not just what Liz Cormos wants. So that's a concern when you say
What
you're
Liz Cormos wants. Liz Cormos lives on Hyde Boulevard where all the cut through traffic goes.
sure.
So
And my parents live on
anybody-
that same street, Liz,
anybody,
right below you.
We're going to have to go one at a time when it's on Zoom, especially, folks. So let's be careful here.
My parents live on Hyde Boulevard too, right below you. So I know exactly what you're talking about there. I thought that was an interesting, I'm going to call it a story. And when Gina got up there and said, who was on the walk around with CDTA, and you did not mention Bernadette's name, you didn't mention Frank's name. I thought that was so telling. When everybody's been saying like, oh, we're not for one side or the other, but you didn't invite either one of those 2 to go along with you. I thought that was very telling and very interesting that you did that walkthrough without any input from the other 2 members, but we're working together. That's good. We're working together. Ben, you brought up something that was so insulting to Ray Otten. You looked at a guy in a wheelchair and you took the low hanging fruit and you asked him, when's the last time he rode a bus? Well, you knew the answer to the question. So I'm going to ask you the question, Ben. When's the last time you personally rode a CDA bus?
It was a year ago.
Yeah. So, I mean,
in my 56 years, I've ridden the bus dozens of times.
But you asked him a
No,
specific.
no disrespect was meant, just the idea that people are traveling 20 miles per hour to get to the back of the bus is absurd, and why are we even
Like the
talking
Ricky
about
Bobby
that?
quote where he says, you know, I mean, no disrespect, sir. And then the very next line out of your mouth is a disrespectful thing. I mean, you may not have meant it, but I mean, it was written all over your face. You know, I'm just
20
curious.
20 seconds, 20 seconds.
Yeah. Why is the CDA telling us where to put a shelter? You know, Jared and Liz brought up ridership. Has Jared or Liz considered the released prisoners that are released there every morning? And again, I would just like to ask the board to do what they should have done the first time at the beginning. Start by asking businesses, start by asking all village residents for their input. And again, the bottom line is the 5 of you work for us, not CDTA. I want to thank you guys for giving me an opportunity to talk tonight, and I'll agree with what Dick Duffy said. I thought I've only watched 4 of these, and to watch you guys tonight, I thought it was very cool to see that you guys were pretty not rude to one another. So that's awesome. Let's keep it up. And have a good night. I look forward to hearing the rest of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Let's go to Joe Marin. And Joan, I think you can, yep, I think you did. Go ahead.
This is Christine Fitzpatrick. Can you?
Oh, I should know by now, Christine, no, but my bad on that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, Christine Fitzpatrick, 31 Chapman Street, Ballston Spa. Just a couple of things. I have been a public transportation user for 60 years. I have used public transportation in 2 major cities in the United States on a very regular basis. I've used it in Europe. And since 1987, I have been a CDTA rider on average, I would say 3 times a week since 1987, at least. I'm averaging the times I used it to commute daily to work, and then the times that I've used it for recreation as well. So that's just my transportation experience and my familiarity with CDTA. I am in support of item F, which would allow further study by CDTA of these proposed bus shelters and bump outs to see how they can be utilized and how they could be modified if need be to address the concerns of both, the businesses, the transportation, the people using public transportation like myself on a regular basis, and also the emergency vehicles and public safety. I couldn't say it better than Mike Iacolucci could, that this is really it comes down to a question of public safety and mass transit and the status quo. I look and I've heard a lot of things, that I find a little disturbing, misquoted here. And one of them, I look at proposal E, which I do not support. I think that CDTA gave us a great deal of information if we were listening, and wants to provide us more data. As Sean said, that so much of this has been conjecture, speculation, and bad data, and that's why I support proposal F for them to come in and actually do a study. There are a couple of things that I just wanted a study of the proposed bump outs, which they're talking about. One of the reasons they talked about doing it at Malta and Milton is because that's the most heavily utilized stop in the system. And just for those of you listening, what they said and the data they said was 100 on-offs per day. That's approximately 50 people using it a day on average. And just because when you were watching the stop, you didn't see it, doesn't mean that they weren't there. I also want to say that this whole question about utilizing or doing something for social services. The people that I speak to, and these are people I ride the bus with on a regular basis and have spoken to, they're not necessarily people using social services. There are some, but there are also some seniors doing shopping in Saratoga Springs. And there are also a lot of people going to work. They're going to work in Schenectady, or they're going to work at Wilton, up at in Saratoga Springs or Wilton Mall. That's what people use public transportation for. There are no less, there may be one shelter just for the businesses, but there are maybe one shelter or a couple of them on Broadway in Saratoga Springs, but there are no less than 4 stops on Broadway where for people to use public transportation and have access to business. They are at Congress Park, they are at Division, they are at Lake Avenue, and they are right at the end of Broadway as you turn onto the arterial and go. So public transportation is a great support to businesses in the village, in the city of Saratoga Springs, and makes, certainly track season for people who use it a lot more, I think, useful. The last thing I want to say is I roused myself to even look at Facebook and saw a lot of this was becoming about having, some trustees having the nerve to ask CDTA to even come forward with a proposal or, to look at this, which I find is, beside the point. And then, but Bernadette had her, gave her presentation of the businesses. And I just want to say that, hold on just a minute.
You're at 5 minutes, Christine.
I'm
so
sorry.
you could wrap
I
up on
just
that.
want to say one thing. Hold on just a minute. Sorry.
You're
Okay.
fine. Yeah,
I
just want you to wrap
say
up if you can.
No, I'm sorry. You're going to have to just tolerate me because other people had a longer time.
Actually, they didn't. We
They
gave them time
did,
back when they got
actually,
interrupted, just like I'm
They
doing
did.
now. I'm gonna give you a few minutes
All right,
back.
one thing about that, I am a CDTA, I am a business and professional association member in 2 respects, both through an organization and also as a resident. And I am somewhat surprised and disappointed that the Business and Professional Association never asked me how I felt about this. And I think you might have gotten somewhat of a different response or different percentages if you had asked. It's very clear that they only asked, or it seems to me, maybe I'm misjudging them, that they only asked some of their members. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bernadette, if you want to.
Yes, Christine, we certainly want residents' input, but the focus of this was to get input from businesses specifically, and also organizations were reached out to, but probably whoever is the main contact at that organization. So if you want to let us know if you felt that you were left out on that, please let me know, or let Dana know.
Because my organization was not reached out.
What's your organization that you're referring to?
Friends of the Ballston Spa Public Library. I am a member. We are a member. And I would have brought it up because I'm sure there are some people who utilize the library and are friends members who might have.
Oh, sure. I actually gave it to the librarian too. So, because I figured so much that they often run into people, that are taking the bus or not. So we can correct that. All right.
All right. And I still think you should have asked residents. That's it. Okay. I'm done.
We are actually right now.
You're asking. Oh, yes. And just you're up. I'm keeping score here. I have so far, we're talking about, who's for and who's against. I have 4 continuing with CDTA, 5 against, and 1 undecided. So I thank you for and congratulate you for listening to the public.
Kristen, go ahead.
Thank you. Kristen Icalucci, 24 Chapman Street. I want to see improvements made to the intersection at Front and Milton. As a car driver, that intersection is very congested and often backs up at rush hour times, and it's only going to get worse as more people move into the village and into our area. As a pedestrian, I have been almost hit nearly twice with my young daughters in the crosswalk with the walk sign on because drivers did not see the crosswalk and stop in time, or they did not see me attempting to cross from the sidewalk as I was blocked from their view by 2 parked cars that are always on either side of the crosswalk. Also, as a concerned neighbor, I do want to see improvements to bus transit, including bus shelters and more convenient bus stops for my neighbors who do take the bus, like Christine, and for those that would be more inclined to take the bus in the future if these improvements are made. I think we need to make it easier and more convenient to take the bus in our village and not harder. Moving bus shelters away from our village's main foot traffic areas like Front Street and Malta Ave in order to make it more convenient for car drivers, I think is short-sighted. Bus shelters in the heart of the village would make it easier and more convenient for people to take the bus and do their shopping and business in our village. It would long-term reduce car traffic as more people would be able to take the bus to get into town easier and without having to walk uphill or downhill to get to the shops and restaurants on Front Street and Malta Ave. I believe the CDTA bus shelter proposal at Front Street and Milton would make that intersection safer for pedestrians and bus riders. The shelter would take up the same space as 2 parked cars do today. And in discussion today, it sounds like even reduce that to 1 parked car today. There's always cars parked on both sides of Milton today. So I still am not seeing how having a bus shelter bump out there in place of those parked cars would prevent emergency vehicles from turning if they aren't preventing them from turning today. A bus shelter, I think, would open up the space there visually and make it easier for cars to see pedestrians like me and my young daughters waiting to cross there at Front and Milton. I think these improvements would make it safer to walk in the heart of the village, safer to wait for the bus in bad weather, as opposed to being forced to loiter in and around businesses, as folks have to do today, and all of the trouble that comes with that, as we heard from some business owners today. I think our village would benefit greatly from these investments and improvements proposed by the CDTA, and I agree with the majority of the board that we should move forward with testing out the proposed bus shelter options and get data-driven facts, not anecdotal, on the impact to traffic, as well as get non-biased balanced survey feedback from village businesses and residents that can be used by the board to make a decision on whether or not to make these improvements permanent. I also want to comment on some of the previous commenters tonight about providing shelters as being soft on people. I think that's a really unfriendly attitude to take. You would think that if you had suffered discomfort walking with kids in bad weather with no shelter options, no bench to rest on, no sidewalk connecting to other sidewalks, you would want to make it easier for others to not have to suffer too. But no, instead it's just, I'm not paying for anyone else's sidewalk, just kick them out for loitering, toughen up, make them walk 282 feet more, who cares? All of this from people that are not currently bus riders themselves, nor are they considering how hard it is already to take the bus. After a double shift on your feet all day, working in the heat at the track or on a construction site, you're coming home late with an armful of groceries in the rain and the snow and the heat. But according to some, we should make them walk further because we need to accommodate cars and drivers over everyone else. In our village of friends, we should be making it easier to walk, easier to take the bus, easier to visit, easier to work in and live in our village, not harder. Thank you.
Caitlin Parwana.
Hi, Caitlin Parwana, 86 South Street. So this has nothing to do with bus shelters. So I apologize for getting away from the topic at hand. But I just wanted to go in on what Judy had mentioned about the use in Wiswall Park. And I think just a couple things that motivated, I think, the board was that on discussion on the topic of the use was mainly that when they grow berries, they are extremely poisonous and can kill a child within 10 minutes of eating them. And so I think that fear of having those in a park with so many child-friendly events was very motivating for us to think that removing the use would be a really good idea. And so I just didn't think that was mentioned, and I wanted that to be out there, and that like we're not just like, oh, yes, it's an invasive species. Oh, yes, it's surrounded by this invasive weed that we don't like. It's not particularly beneficial, but it's also like super poisonous. And that was a motivating factor in our decision to ask for it to be removed. And so I just wanted that to be out there for everyone. And that's it.
Thank you. Caitlin, just, I know you got the kids in the background come around and are looking at each other smiling about hearing them in the background and hope they're having a good night. But just a thought generally, and this comes from the heart because I deal with Scott and Jeff all the time and the guys, and it is the best path of least resistance to make sure we include them in the discussion before we kind of pass the edict on, because they may have other ideas from their experience about the best way to handle it, especially if it's poisonous. I can imagine Steve Brooks looking at me, telling him to take down those berries, those poisonous berries. So we got to be careful sometimes with that. And that's the only concern I really have with that whole thing.
I absolutely agree. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You know,
but
you're
I
fine.
absolutely,
Go ahead.
I absolutely agree. And I do try to always make sure that I reach out to Jeff and DPW before we talk about these kinds of things. But this one, I think it just, we were talking about it. It seemed like poisonous things were important. And so we went with it. But I do apologize. I do usually go to Jeff before we make any motions of this nature. But I just wanted to make sure before you guys voted on it tonight that you knew this was one of the deciding factors for us when we talked about it on Tuesday.
There's a likelihood you'll hear back from Jeff now because he'll probably want to know where exactly and what. So I'm sure there'll be communication coming forward.
And he's always super communicative and wonderful to talk to.
Amen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Donna Roeder. Unmute. and
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi, Donna Roner, 203 Sunset Avenue. I am not a village resident. However, I am a town resident who uses the village exclusively for all of my business and entertainment for my family, multiple other things, shopping, etc. I just want to concur with the others who spoke probably much more eloquently than I'm going to speak right now on why we should not have this bus shelter on Front Street. It's not a bus stop now, period. It's not a bus stop now. We have other bus stops that we can utilize. I feel very in alliance with the business owners that spoke tonight and how this is going to impact businesses. I think we need to recognize how long O'Brien's has been in business and contributing to our community. And I think it is such a slap in the face to them to try to put a bus shelter in front of their beautiful windows. And I do agree that we do need some bus shelters. I just disagree with that it should be Front Street. I think this board needs to recognize that they do work for the village, but they also work for all of us. Ever since the treasurer's report came out the beginning of this year, and I may be wording that wrong, where we lost funding for so many village events like the birdhouses, Family Fun Day, etc. It has opened up my eyes greatly onto the biases of this board, certain members of this board, and those who are actually out hitting the pavement, talking to people, shaking hands, thanking people for their support, and those that are not. And I think that some of you should be ashamed. There are two members in particular, including our mayor, that work nonstop for the betterment of this village. And I think you all should take note and realize that it is not just village residents who are watching you. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna.
All right, so I'd just like to correct one thing that was said because it's been deliberately distorted repeatedly. The birdhouses, actually, the funding was doubled for the birdhouses from the year, more than doubled, from $5,000 to $11,000. Family Fun Day went from $8,500 to $15,000, or yeah, $15,000, over $15,000. So both events are significantly increased in their funding support based on the vote of this board.
But was the budget that they may have been increased, but was the budget that was presented for
No,
those
it's-
events?
They
No,
they
no,
were
it was not.
given 96% of what they asked for.
And when people ask for a lot, they often don't get 100%, but 96% is very good.
And that's incorrect. That's not the correct percentage. Donna, thank you.
For
We could go-
Family Fun Day,
we
they
could go
asked
on
for
all week arguing this
16,000.
one. But thank you, Donna.
Don't believe the propaganda.
Claire Spirit.
Hi, this is Claire Superac, 1 Hyde Boulevard. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to speak in support of the consideration of the bus shelters, and wanted to just give a reminder that if people are getting on and off the bus in Ballston Spa, they're either community members who rely on the bus for transportation, or there are people who are coming to visit this village for whatever reason. And I think people who are taking public transportation should just be considered strongly in this discussion, because it's overall a less convenient option for them than people who are fortunate enough to drive themselves in private vehicles. And I also have Nathan Ward here with me who would like to comment as well. I don't know if that's all right if I pass over to him.
Well, no, yeah, we don't allow passing over time, but you're more than welcome to say you're done and let Nathan speak at that point.
Okay, yeah, I'm finished. I just didn't know if you wanted me to raise my hand again, so I'm all set. Thank you very much.
While we're here and we're making sure you're unmuted and it works, might as well go to Nathan. Go ahead.
Hi, Nathan Ward, 1 Hyde Boulevard. I'm first going to put on my BSBPA hat. So we have a couple events coming up. This Thursday is Farmers Market. It's going to be every Thursday and Saturday for the summer and going into the fall season. We also have concerts in the park starting this Thursday, June 29th. That's going to be at the old Iron Springs Park, starting at 6 p.m. And that's every Thursday until August 24th. And then we also have movies in the park on First Friday. The one in July, I believe it's July 7th. That's at Wiswell Park. And we're going to be showing Minions. And then there's, before the movie, there's going to be pop-ups for kids to do some activities or events before the movie starts at 8:30. And then I wasn't here. I was at Speckled Pig playing trivia. So they have trivia on Mondays. It's pretty delicious there.
You gotta rub it in, huh, Nathan? Huh?
Yeah. So I wasn't here for the first part, but I coordinated with Bernadette to make the survey for the businesses. The survey was just started to be sent out last Friday. So this is preliminary data. And we're still opening up or still continuing to collect data from businesses. And once a couple of days have gone by, we'll finalize the results. And then taking off my BSBPA hat and putting on my residence hat, I want to talk about the bus shelters and the bump outs. My wife and we walk around the village a couple of times a week, and I would like to see a demonstration of ideally all 3 options to see which option is the best. Bump outs do make it safer for pedestrians because you're shortening the distance you walk across the street. You also make it more visible for a pedestrian to be seen by a car because the parallel parking spots do hide the pedestrians. And that from CDTA, that bus stop is the most popular bus stop on the route, so it makes sense to have a bus shelter at that location. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Nathan, and thank you for the work on that survey with Bernadette. It was important, I think, to at least get that feedback to start rolling in here, so we got some idea of the business point of view on it. So thank you. And thanks for not bringing a speckled big pizza over, for the board that's sitting here while you're doing trivia, but we won't go there. Keith Lewis, go ahead.
Keith Lewis, 38 East High Street, Ballston Spa. First off, I'm glad that this issue on CDTA is being addressed. I sure wish that the board had taken the same kind of interest in Saratoga County's pending report on their move to the State Farm campus at 67 and exit 12. Frank, you managed to get to the County Board of Supervisors on this issue within 2 weeks and come up with a plan to add the bus ridership to social services, which I understand is probably the only building they would like to leave in Ballston Spa. And I can understand where they'd want to add the ridership so that they would be able to accommodate those visitors into the village. But it would have been great if you had taken the time, you and Bernadette and everyone else had taken the time to try and drive that issue, because it's well known that the report is being buried through the election, or that's what's being discussed, that the report about the move is not being released until after the November election. And I think that that's not going to give the village a lot of time. It doesn't give us a lot of proactive response. I think that if we've given the bus ridership the same kind of, if we'd given the move of the county the same kind of devotion that we've given the bus ridership, I think it would have done the whole village a better service. And I bring that up because so many people are out tonight, and I don't think everybody realizes that that is a pending issue that still isn't addressed. So I want to say that. Also, I want to say to Mr. Otten's argument about 8.5 miles per hour. If someone's moving at 1 mile per hour, that's 5,200 feet per hour, which works out to be 1.4 feet per second. If the CDTA is saying 23 seconds at a stop, that puts somebody, at 35 feet within that period of time. And if the bus is 38 feet long, I think it's reasonable to say they're not moving at 8.5 miles per hour. So I think the data that is being asked to be gathered, I think it's really important that we understand that the people that are speaking out against this bus shelter should be heard, but they should be wanting this study to move forward, because if the data supports their concerns, then it is obvious everyone will be in agreement. We won't be on separate sides. We'll all be together. And that's the important thing about data and not making decisions in a vacuum. Lastly, I want to say curating Facebook images and curating Facebook posts to allow certain residents to believe certain things about which trustees do good work, which trustees aren't doing work is really unfounded, because as I know, there is a great deal of curating, and I won't go into that any further because that will be addressed at a later point, but there's a great deal of curating and a great deal of censorship that goes on that lends people to believe something that isn't true. Kind of like the fact that different businesses didn't receive the surveys on the bus shelters, and not everybody was approached. I think it's important that we get data that is accurate from unbiased sources. Thanks very much.
Just to correct something in that discussion, I've never heard the idea that the social services is the only function of the county that if they were ever to make a move, people would stay. The reason why there is no movement in the report discussion with the county is because there is nothing to report. I speak to them at least once a month about the topic, and I attend the meetings to ensure that we are going to be heard in the proper times. I've raised my voice at a couple of the last meetings to bring up Narcan training and thank the county for their pushing us to have that when we had the 3 deaths in the community. And then most recently, when we realized the social services route was integral to this discussion, and there will be future discussions. I've spoken to the county no fewer than a dozen times about the county move and encouraging them not to do so. And if, God forbid, they were to do so, they would have to do something to make sure that the village is made whole in the interim while those are undevelopable properties. I've done everything I could, as has Bernadette, along the way to make sure that that is known. And the characterization or discussion that we do not care about the county move or the impact it would have on this community is completely disgusting. And that is actually the misleading moment of the night.
Well, it's certainly true that more could be done in terms of developing a community conversation around this issue.
Okay, but not at a church, Ben, which you tried to do and said that we were all aware of.
I'm just saying there's more that you could do and that we could do as a board to promote this conversation. And
yeah, we know the
pursue
community
this.
doesn't want the county to move. Okay, so that is the easy one. This is the most easy subject we've got out there. And we state when there's something to update what is going on. So basically to just, say, well, look at all the community members that don't want them to move. We know they don't want them to move. That's clear. That is transparency at its best, because nobody in the right mind of the Village of Ballston Spa would want them to move. So there we go. County, if you're listening, don't move, because nobody in this room wants you to move. That's pretty easy.
There is a difference between saying that in the abstract and actually the county hearing from us as a group, as a community, actively.
And the source of that comment that they're going to wait till after the election came from you.
No, that was a suggestion, Liz, that in general, in life and politics, that things don't usually move before elections. It's just the way life goes. And I said to you, that's one of the most unfortunate things about life in general.
But do you know if the report is done?
The report was supposed to be done in September of last year, Ben. So clearly they are working on it still, and it didn't probably give the slam dunk results that maybe some people thought it was going to give.
Have you heard anything since then?
Since September?
Yeah.
Yes, and I've reported on it, that they basically have gone and asked for more information. Some changes have occurred in the meantime that have to be reevaluated, et cetera.
So do you have any specifics that you've heard that you can share with us?
I just told you what the specifics were, that it's still being worked on.
Right, but do you know what the specific data that they need, et cetera?
We had letters from me to Todd Kuzners, the Board of Supervisors Chairman, and a response back detailing what is going on just a couple of months ago. So yes, we've been pretty darn clear about what's going on. Both sides.
So it's the fall.
No, that was not the fall. That was in the spring. So go back to the meetings and go look at your notes and see what that had to say.
No, I'm not challenging. I'm asking, do you know anything else that we haven't heard yet?
And I just stated to you, the answer is they are still working on this report, because clearly there was things that changed. There were things that didn't come back conclusive, et cetera. And so they're doing their diligence. We can't fault them for doing their own diligence at this point. But in the meantime, the murmur I give them in the background to make sure they're clear is no opinion here has changed about them leaving this village. The very least, make sure we remain the county seat in some format or another. But then from there, we got to make sure that we are made whole here and something goes right for the village with respect to this.
Right. And we could have a stronger voice if we got people together. But I agree with everything you're saying there.
Michelle Judah.
Hi, I'll be quick. I try to stay out of this, but conversation came up that touched upon something that I feel very passionate about. A lot of my life work is about is disability rights and access. So I want to kind of harken back a little to what Christine was saying, but also just share that there seems to be a shocking unawareness among some of the speakers about the importance of bus CDTA buses to the disabled community, to people with accessibility needs. We're talking a lot about pedestrian safety, but I would really encourage the village to be thinking about this long-term in terms of, overall accessibility in the village, both for people with disabilities and aging populations. I think it was completely unfair to characterize Ben's comments to Mr. Otten as, low-hanging fruit and disrespectful. CDTA is critical. A critical link for people in terms of transportation. My son has a disability. He uses CDTA all the time. If he's going to come back and live in our town, which is what I would like him to be able to do, this, CDTA is critical. I know many people who are using it for getting to work, for getting around, who aren't able to otherwise have that ability to move about. I think this is a great conversation. I appreciate all the sides of it that are being brought up. I don't feel that any trustee is pushing it one way or the other. I think everybody is just trying to look into this and make some decisions about, what would be best long-term for the village. So I think that, the village should be applauded for having the conversations and looking into it and trying to, take a look at it to make some decisions. And I do personally want to really thank the woman, I'm sorry, I don't remember her name, who owns Cunningham's and the laundromat. I thought the way that she talked about the folks that are using the bus, even under obviously what have been some very challenging circumstances for her business, was highly respectful. And I really personally appreciated that, and I wanted to thank her. Thank you.
Michelle, what's your address, just for the record?
Sure, it's I'm in the town. I don't live in the village. I'm in the town of Milton, 34 Van Tassel Lane.
Thank you. I meant to ask you early on, and that was Kieran Averneris that you were just complimenting.
Thank you. Thanks.
Lori O'Connor.
Hi, Lori O'Connor, 199 Milton Avenue. I want to say that from speaking to people in the community, I don't believe the big issue is the shelters. I think a lot of people really support the bus shelters. It's the location. It's the in front of O'Brien's. It's the not having room in front of Pizza Works. The area is so very tight as it is. As a property manager, as my career, I've dealt with many properties, and some of them have had bus shelters right in front of them. And it's not the people that that are using the bus. They love the shelter, but you do have the bad apples. Who's going to take care of these shelters? Yes, CDTA says, oh, they're responsible for them if the lights don't work or whatever, or they have the Bus Plus shelter with the intranet, and if that doesn't work, there's like 800 number on it, but they do get defaced. So there is garbage left behind. Who takes care of these shelters? So not only are they in front of our businesses, blocking businesses' view, who wants to be the business that people can't see? Oh, if someone's new to the area, yeah, I'm the pharmacy behind the bus shelter. Yeah, you can't see me because I'm behind the bus shelter, or I'm the pizza place behind the bus shelter. So they don't get the visibility, and that's part of the premium. They bought their buildings, they pay their rent with the buildings because of the visibility of being on Front Street or O'Brien's being on the corner. So that's part of their land value, is the visibility of being on Front Street. And now you plop a bus shelter right in front of them, and then maintenance. sidewalk shoveling. It might not be so simple. Okay, so you're responsible for shoveling your sidewalk normally, but now your sidewalk is 10 feet wide and it's not simple of going up and down with snow blower. Now you have to go in and out of the bus shelter. And you know, that's a long thing, you know, versus you only had people walking up and down and now you got people standing. And are you going to try to shovel around the people? Are you not trying to shovel around the people? Or it's a maintenance issue, it's a visibility issue, it's a lot of issue. And I think the community not only supports the bus shelter, and it's really hard to separate the two because everyone is saying, oh, you're against the shelters. No, we're not against the shelters, we're against the location. Find a place where you have the ridership. The riders are going to be wherever. You're changing their location already, or build the shelters where the stop is already. Figure that out. CDTA, you and your engineers figure that out. The stops are already there. Why change the stop? Just figure out your road design around the current stations. But you're changing the stop and then you're affecting businesses that haven't dealt with this issue. And then you gotta, on top of that, throw a maintenance issue on it. It's just a lot all at once. And as a property manager by trade, and this is what I do it for state buildings. I do this for the state. It's just no input. The property values, whether, I don't know if Pizza Works owns the building or rents the building, but their rent is based on a certain frontage. Your rent is, I don't know, $2,000 a month, and you have this visibility. Is there rent going to be lowered because they don't have that visibility anymore? You know, it's a good question.
20 seconds, Lori.
Okay, that's all I have. Is you could be for the people riding the bus. Hell, I grew up in Schenectady. I rode the bus to and from everywhere I wanted to go. Mohawk Mall after school, I rode the bus. It's just the way. I'm not against bus ridership. I'm not against the shelters, but long-term planning, who's going to maintain them? And you can be for the shelters, but this location absolutely totally stinks. That's all I have.
Could I correct a few things? One, the other location is on the table, their current location, so nothing's been decided that it's going to be Front Street. But also,
then why was this one brought to the top? This one seems like
this was brought to the top by the mayor in
No, it
his
wasn't,
Facebook
Liz.
posts.
Liz, the
essentially.
emails are in the post. Please stop.
Anyways, on the location of the bus shelters, if they did go on Front Street, the one in front of O'Brien's would be in front of where there's a wall. There is a sign there now that might need to be relocated. It would not be in front of the window. And likewise, on the other side, it would not be in front of Pizza Works. It would be up where the parking spot is. So you can go yourself and look where the parking spot is where the bump out would be. So
it's
so
still a
that's just to
visibility
correct it.
issue as you're coming down the street. You can't, it's.
Yeah, Lori, if I may, you're going northbound toward Pizza Works. If it's offset to the south, then you're blocking the view of Pizza Works window by just the way it works. If you're doing it in a southbound drive and it's in a certain place near O'Brien's, it's going to block the visibility of O'Brien's to southbound traffic. If you slant it to the north, it's just the way visibility works. And that's what's being depicted on those designs for now, just as a reminder. Lori, thank you.
Okay.
Michelle, you can't double dip. I'm not sure if your hand was put back up or what, but anybody in the house that has not spoken yet? Chris.
Chris Duke, 6 Callan Drive. I usually like to go last to hear everybody's comments, both here on the board, here in the room, and on Zoom. and try to take a middle approach. I know it's not always an easy thing to do. As the proposals are currently written, the two motions, both E and F, concerning the CDTA bump outs, shelter location and everything else. I'm against both of them for various reasons. Let me explain. I'm against motion F just because you sort of give CDTA too much of a pass by saying that, you know, we're comfortable already with some minor reduction in on-street parking spaces and some tightening of turning radar. I mean, the problem with that is you're already giving them a pass on that. Make them earn it, make them work towards it. I think it's been discussed multiple times. You know, your constituents, just as we're your constituents, they have to do what's best for the public and the taxpayer dollars that are going in there. Ask important questions. Why is the traffic increased? The reason why I'm against motion E, the way it's written, is there's one thing I see that's not included in there that I have seen on Facebook and I've seen in other discussions, and it was what CDTA came and presented. And it was sort of quickly glossed over by Russ, and I wish he would have paid a little bit more attention to it. 451, why was that removed? Why has that not been added in? I work for employment and training. I'm the Department of Labor. If you collect unemployment insurance benefits, you have to see me. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I service all the way from Clifton Park up to Southwest Falls. I see 5 customers a day, 5 days a week. I have 2 coworkers that see 5 customers 5 days a week. We've never been busier. We're slowly getting away from doing virtual appointments and doing in-person appointments, meaning you have to come down to our center if you want to continue to collect unemployment insurance benefits. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. It doesn't matter if you have a vehicle. It doesn't matter if you Uber. It doesn't matter if you walk. It doesn't matter if you ride a bike. It doesn't matter if you come on a bus. I'd say out of the 85% or the 100% of people that do come and see us, 85% do have their own vehicle or mode of transportation. There are 15% that use that bus. When you compound it with the amount of fraud that we had during COVID and the peak of COVID and the number of people claiming unemployment insurance benefits, we now have, and I'm sure everybody here pays taxes, you've gone through ID Me at one point to prove you are who you are, so there's no fraud involved. There's a lot of people in the public that can't get down to the meetings, that have to use public transportation. There's a lot of people who we were able to accommodate virtually and do the appointments, so they did not have to use public transportation. Again, we're talking about people really in desperate situations here, desperate straits, and I think that's what the board is trying to address. Really helping out pedestrians, helping out people who need to utilize the bus. But I'm not seeing a lot about 451 in social services. And I'm just a small component of that. I'm dealing with people, again, in one room in a building that has all kinds of services. Probation's there, parole's there, social services there, Office of the Aging is there. A considerable number of people have to use public transportation to get down there.
If I may, for a second, the reason I didn't put it in, and I actually considered when I was writing this E motion, was because realistically, the county already had reached out to CDTA, and CDTA committed to having this discussion about not necessarily 451, but a new way of getting bus riders to social services. And what I'm trying actually to ensure here is if we were able to get possibly a bus shelter located at Doubleday Woods Drive on the south side, basically, and on the north side, somewhere around the old Ricketts location, then we would be able to talk to the county about utilizing those 2 stops in particular as key stops for those that would need shelter access for protection that intended to go to social services, and essentially give them those as kind of the goalposts to, you know, get the comfort zone of a bus shelter if need be, while, you know, looking at the rest of these issues as separate issues at that point. So the county has committed to the idea of moving this forward in some way with CDTA. Now it's just a question of feasibility and actually getting execution on it. So that we are actually there. That's why it's not in E explicitly.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
And I would say to that too as well, again, we're referring a lot of people to the public library to use their computers, because again, there's that component as well. They don't have access to a computer or cell phone to do the ID Me, so they can't get unemployment insurance benefits until they do that. And they're relying on these benefits to pay rent, to get groceries, to even pay for their bus fare. And we have ways to help them out as well with bus fare or with gas cards as well if they're using private transportation. So that was just one thing as well. So I would not hand it so easily off to CDTA. It sounds like the county's looking into it. I would wait until that comes back. What is the county going to do? What are some proposals? As far as the traffic congestion there, status quo, I don't say stick with status quo. I was just at the town of Ballston meeting on June 13th, and I know Eric Connolly has committed to also addressing the issue that's been brought up in the past too, with Boston Ave being dangerous for a lot of the students that are crossing there. As you brought up, you know, Hyde Boulevard being one of the cutoffs. Well, Ballston Ave is another way to circumnavigate the traffic. I mean, if you shoot right down Bath Street, you can easily do 45 miles a clip down that road. Not that I know why you could do that, but there's no traffic in the way. And then you can just shoot even easy on East High and down Ballston Ave. You hit the stop sign at Garrett, but after that, it's free reign. Maybe you see a sheriff, maybe not. And there's a lot of people that do fly down there, including young high school kids that are driving. So again, one way is you want to try to ease up the congestion, just coming right down 50. You don't want to, set up all these diversions again. And I know he committed to reaching out to the seniors and working with them, although he's keeping his cards close to his chest, as of some of the proposals they made that the town's looking into. So again, this is more than just an issue of pedestrians, just using it for businesses or for jobs. Again, the DSS component is very important. I will apologize to the business owners. I have been one of those people that say you need to come down, and well, it's raining, it's snowing. I don't care. You need to come down. It's just, it is what it is. The state tells me what I got to do. If I got to freeze your benefits, I have to freeze your benefits. You need to come down, stop in a local business, get out of the rain, get out of the snow. It seems harsh, but unfortunately, that's the rules I've been given to play with. So again, I apologize. We probably sent a lot of people down the shelter in your business or whatnot. And again, this is a very, very busy time of year. The labor market's very shaky. There's a lot of layoffs going on. And what that does is that just makes it difficult for people not affected by the layoffs and try to get back to work and get jobs. So again, I'm very interested to see another bus route opened up to the county.
Chris, could you just for clarification, you work at DSS,
No, I do not. I work for Department of Labor in Employment and Training.
but at that location?
At that location,
Okay,
yeah.
that's what I mean. So you work at that location?
Yep.
Okay. Now, there was an ask while we were doing the pedestrian and bicycle about getting a sidewalk, because if people walk to DSS, it's literally, there's no sidewalk and it's dangerous also. So
Yeah.
there's not a bus, there's not a safe place to walk. It's not a good situation. It needs to be addressed.
Chris, if I can ask you from your knowledge of this, then
Sure.
more than anecdotal, I hope. But if we were to put the shelter in those two locations I just discussed and put a good advertising drive and work with DSS at the county to help inform the users of it, do you think that would help? Do you think it affects the ridership if we were able to get the 451 or the equivalent of it now intact to get them to where they need to go? Is there a minus to that approach, do you think?
I think there's only a plus right now because again, we are encouraging riders to stop at across from the laundromat and everything else, because that's much closer. You can just shoot down Front Street. It's less traffic down there. You can cut all the way back, hit West High, and then cut up that way. Lack of sidewalks, but there's less traffic down that way. So we're recommending people do that now. If you had those bus stops at those two areas, that could be communicated to us and to all the departments. We could communicate that to anybody that has to use the bus stop as well to come there, especially if there's a route that comes from either one of those that will then skirt over to DSS or the DSS building.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay, anybody else in the house? Yes, sir.
I just want to thank you guys very much for giving us an opportunity to speak. I'm Dave Avenarius, oldest operating name in Ballston Spa, Cunningham's since 1937. 9 Church, 11 Church, Penny Sty, Spa Cleaners, 88 to 92 Milton Ave. We are on the forefront of each corner where a lot of this talk has been. I'm very hopeful to look at other options, as we have brought to the table. I think was one of your 3 key points. Hopeful for some more exploration in those scenarios. Heart goes out to the fire department. God knows we've cleaned your clothes for next to nothing for 48 years down at Spot Cleaners.
Thank you.
Very valid points with getting around the corners. I don't think any one business would like to see a shelter right in front. I think having a more neutral space, there are a few, they've been lightly hit on multiple topics, almost 9%, everybody agrees, and there's one little pullback. But I think there's more to discuss. And I'm just hopeful for that.
Dave, thank you. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
everything you do for the community. Anybody else in the house? Okay, it's been probably one of our longest public comment sessions we've ever had. In fact, probably longer than Woods Hollow had, I think. Jared, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking that there have been some long ones, but that was a pretty long one. And at the same time, I think it was worthwhile. And I think it was one of those situations that probably should have been done a while ago, honestly. And more than just therapeutic, I think it's actually informative. I'm going to let the trustees have their, I want to get the name right here, board comments, questions, and concerns. And who would like to start? Go ahead.
I'd like to I'm going to reach out to Dana and Nathan and look more closely at our list, make sure we're not missing anybody. And where there's holes, we'll make sure we try to fill them in a little better. In the meantime, if there's anybody that wants to reach out to me as a business or any of the trustees, but you're welcome to email me at trusteebernadette@villageofballstonspa.org.
I guess I'll go.
There we go.
So I'll try to address some of the comments that were made tonight. Again, there seems to be a misunderstanding regarding bus stops and their location. CDTA has bus stops at existing locations that will not change. I'm going to repeat that, will not change. The only modification will be if there's a bus stop at the corner of Washington and Malta, we're at the corner intersection of Front. That one will either move to Front or stay where it is. Those were the options that were presented by CDTA for shelters and bump outs. The reason that they didn't present anything else is because based on ridership, it didn't warrant shelters at locations to the north. Now, we may be able to say, well, it's definitely a no-go there. Would you consider putting a bus stop at a shelter at a different stop? They may consider that. I would have thought they already would have in their original presentation if that was a possibility. The only other location they offered was at Doubleday Woods, and that was essentially as a courtesy because that is a senior location to provide a shelter for seniors. Obviously, if shelters go away, that one goes away too. Because it's not to do one shelter in one location isn't really feasible to their business model. So, and there's also been a lot of talk about, well, why didn't they talk to the village? Well, again, the misconception that New York Route 50, the village has jurisdiction. They do not. That is a state route. And CDTA has to apply for a permit to do any rework of any stop. They also have to apply for a permit to put a bus stop in. CDTA has some flexibility as to move the stop in a direction or other, but there's no, the village can't tell CDTA where to put its bus stops. It can say, well, we don't want you to move this one here to Front Street. Well, then it'll stay in its existing location. And if we don't like bump outs there, then they just won't do bump outs in shelters. But what's not going to change is the stops. They're not going to change because they don't have to. And there's no reason to spend money when you don't have to. The one location that we've all discussed is their busiest stop on the line. The busiest stop, busier than anything of the Saratoga stops. So that's why they're considering putting a shelter there, because it warrants it. So clearly, this is CDTA doing what's in their best interest. This isn't in best interest of anybody on the board per se. Obviously, given all the negative feedback. Also, I'd like to say, there's been a lot of talk about, well, emergency vehicles, somebody might die. Well, also, the likelihood of a pedestrian vehicle conflict, probably the probabilities are higher than whether a few seconds make a difference in life or death. You'd be astounded by the number of pedestrians that get killed every year in the state.
How many in this village? When's the last time you were on 8th Avenue, New York City, around 56th Street? I'm curious about something.
It's been a long time since I've been down to
Well,
the city.
so what they did was they bumped out 56 and 8th along the whole corridor for bike lanes, essentially. So now, as you cross the street, you basically have to be right on traffic. And to stand on that bump out, to stand on a new island, I guess you could call in that case, because there was something between the sidewalk to that point, is one of the most horrifying things, because you have traffic whizzing by you at 25 miles per hour, because you no longer have the parking area next to the crosswalk as your safety measure. And you're literally, if somebody goes off the road for any reason, texting while driving or whatever, you're going to get hit. And so this statement that universally these bump outs are protective is not accurate. I live it down there when I go visit my place down
Again,
there.
Frank, we're talking anecdotal and not analytic.
And you know what,
There's
Sean?
study after study after study that shows beyond a shadow of a doubt that these improve pedestrian safety. There's going to be particular instances in any scenario where if you want to cherry pick the data, you can cherry pick data.
Sean, there's also something called common sense. If you're standing right next to whizzing vehicles, what's your protection shield?
Your
We
protection
allow
shield is
5
sight,
miles over that on Hyde Boulevard.
that they can
25
see you.
miles.
Okay, and that's a wide road where a bump out would be useful, because you're not going to be right on top of traffic in most cases if you bump that out. The problem is the bump out that puts you right on a lane of traffic going 25 to 30 miles per hour. That's not safe in my book. That's my book. I get it.
Again, right, and you're not
But-
a traffic engineer, so this is.
Yeah,
just
but you know what? I
anecdotal
spoke to
speculation
two
and
last,
conjecture.
I spoke to two not named Sean Raymond last week, and they both agreed. So I don't know what you're
Well,
talking
I'm
about.
sure you can agree if you cherry pick the data and present them, but not give them all the information.
Okay, you tell that to Wendy Holzberger of VHB then. Go ahead.
We
I'm
love to
happy.
bring in third parties who aren't in the room.
Right, I mean.
You do it all the time. It's called NICOM.
Okay.
We have Lavellas here. I do agree that we need to make sure that a fire truck can make that maneuver. So it may require modifications to their original concept. And that's something I'm sure CDTA would be more than willing to do. But I don't see them putting a bus stop in another location that isn't the busiest stop they have, and they're not going to move that stop. That's just fact. They're not going to move it. So another issue came up where it seems like the board isn't listening to the majority. Well, there was an income survey done a couple of years ago, and 55% of the residents in Ballston Spa are low income. And low income folks are usually the ones who are using public transportation. So they represent the majority of people in the village. So as a representative government, if there's a difference in opinion, we have to represent the majority of people in the village. So, and those, are we just supposed to pretend they don't exist? That, because it's inconvenient. I don't think that's something we want to do as a Village of Friends. And the maintenance issue that people have brought up, you want to put it in another location, that maintenance issue is there too. It's just become somebody else's problem. So I'm not sure why we're bringing that up. If we're going to put shelters in, there's going to be some sort of maintenance associated with them. If you don't put shelters in, then yeah, there's none. So it seems to me that what I'm hearing mostly is I want shelters, but I don't want them to impact anything. Well, obviously, that's not living in the real world. There's going to be an impact and there's going to be a benefit. Now, the ultimate decision is what are the impacts and what are the benefits? The only way we know what the impacts are is if we test these proposed concepts. And CDTA has already offered to test these concepts. I think the only reason the Front Street approach has come to the top of the list is it impacts parking the least. And that's why it was the first choice. The second choice would be its current location. And then there is no third choice as far as CDTA is concerned, because Ross made it very clear they have no interest in moving a bus stop north. And you can go back and I'm sure the meeting's available. So they're not interested in doing this north. Now, they might decide that, okay, well, maybe we can put a bus stop, a bus shelter at a different location, a bus stop that currently exists, but they're not going to relocate that bus stop except to move it to Front Street. Okay, that was made very clear. So to test it, you should test it in a phased approach. The one that does the least amount of parking damage is the Front Street one. Do a mock-up. And as I've said before, you can just look at the back of queues before you put the mock-up up and afterwards and see what the difference was.
Sean, when you were on that tour, that site visit, did you discuss at all moving that to the north? Is your name Sean? I'm asking Sean. Sean, the licensed traffic engineer that we're all.
I was there too, Frank.
I'm aware now. I'm asking Sean a question. Can I speak with him for a moment? Thank you. Sean.
It was made clear to me that this was their busiest stop and they would like to have it stay right where it was. They only entertained the Front Street location because we thought it was too much impact on parking.
Wait, so the Front Street location was your idea?
No, it was their idea. We thought, well, that's going to be that's a lot of parking spaces. Is there, any place else you would want to have it? And they decided that, well, the Front Street location will maybe even be better because it's closer to Front Street, which is the heart of the central business district.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Would anybody object to Bernadette and I having the same site visit with Ross and CHA over the next couple of weeks before any decisions are made here?
I think we need to move forward, and then if you'd like a site visit, I'm sure they'll be able to accommodate you.
I don't know what the aversion is to just testing the mock-up.
Well, first, I want to make sure that CDTA is getting all the information because it sounds like you didn't present what the core issue problem was in the first place that brought this whole thing into this discussion. That's flat out. I've given you 3 opportunities tonight to say that you've talked to CDTA about the issues, about possibly moving it to the north to eliminate some of those issues, and all your answer is, I'm not screaming at you here. All your answer is that they said it's their busiest stop, therefore they won't move it. That's not logic. Logic would say if they got to move it somewhat, the ridership follows it. Just because it exists in that spot doesn't mean it changes in a slightly different spot. That doesn't make sense.
I'm not the one who said it. It was the representative from CDTA who said they have no interest in moving it north.
Okay, so now you're saying, now you're saying he said flat out, you said, hey, why don't we move this to the north? And he said, no, we have no interest in it.
I never made a mention of moving it north. All I said is, here's the location. This is they said, this is our busiest, so this is where we want to put a shelter.
Liz, did you suggest moving it north?
I don't remember exactly. We mentioned it at some point, but he mentioned it at the presentation. That should be good enough for you.
Dave,
Yeah.
Dave Avenir wants to add something here, I
Yeah,
think.
Ross, if you just one moment, I had a good long conversation with Ross Farrell. I wanted to pick his brain when he was choosing another location closer to Front Street. What I had asked is if you're willing to, what Sean said, go 288 feet one direction, can you go the same distance in the other direction? He said that's sort of about the leeway that we have. So it wasn't poo-pooed anything to the north, my conversation with him.
That
This
was
was
last
last week.
about at the public parking lot.
Could very well be at the public parking lot just above the old Kelly's Hot Dogs.
Thank you for sharing that. That's
Thank you, Dave.
really helpful.
Yeah, that's
Again,
news to us.
I'm only going by exactly what was recorded in the meeting, public hearing. And Ross Farrell said they had no interest in moving
Yeah,
this
I'm not
north.
denying that was a conversation that I had with him.
That's fine. If they're willing, if we test out the two locations that they did present, because, you know, a number one would be the current location because that's where the people are. You know, number two front, if neither of those work, then we, you know, if they're willing to go north, the only thing is they like to be at a signalized intersection.
That's great, except when you have 3 signalized intersections within the number of feet that High Street to Front Street to Malta Avenue are, you end up with a panoply of problems ultimately that we experience every day.
Yeah, except if you move it north and the bus stops, it's still gonna back up traffic. Fine.
No.
It's wider.
It's wider, it's a
Yes.
wider sidewalk.
It's a wider road.
Might be worth looking at. Let's move this to the testing phase and the discussion phase with CDTA.
Why don't we test the north? That's a testing phase.
If they're willing to do it, they're paying for
There,
this.
that's E. There you go.
That's not E.
It is absolutely E. Give us data and give us some better options out there if they exist. And looking at the entire system in the village, not just cherry picking the situation. Look at this entire line in the village and make it better for everybody's sake. The riders, the residents, the drivers, the businesses, everybody. That's the problem here. This is tunnel vision to the max. We're not listening to everybody in this whole thing. And yes, you can say that representative government doesn't always listen to everybody. I get it. But at the same time, this is pretty wild, the amount of people that are against that Front Street stop. Okay. I didn't even imagine that kind of response. I really didn't.
But they're against it with no information to support. That
Liz,
going
it's
to
not merely
impact-
anecdotal when your entire community says this is a
No,
horrible idea.
Come on. People can say it's a horrible idea based on social media and the information given. You use real data. You do a test. If it shows no
Here's your
impact,
data.
that's not.
Somebody could get killed.
That. bump
That's
out-
not real data. That's your
that-
engineer.
Excuse me, that bump out can be modified. It's not a final design.
I think,
you know, why is it that you don't want these sites tested? Tell me, Frank, because
Who's
it
not
might
saying
prove you
that?
wrong.
Because it's not safe. It's been told to us multiple times. It is
No,
not
a
safe.
test,
A test to what? You're going to bump out. You're going to do a physical bump out there. And in the meantime, you have a structure fire south of there and somebody gets killed because of it. It's
it'll
not a great
probably
test, is
be-
it?
It'll be cones. The fire department can knock them over if they have to get there. We're talking about a temporary bump out.
I think what I heard from Mr. Ivanarez, and thank you so much, that's really important. And I'm sorry that CDTA didn't share that perhaps with both you and Sean. We really need to put a little bit more effort in saying, look at other locations. And if they're willing, you know, that's within their ability to move something with 200 feet from either direction. Like, I want to see that. I want to know that, how that would work. I think, you know, I live closer to that area. It is wider. And, you know, perhaps it would be less impactful. And I know at one point, and you'll have to refresh my memory, but we were also talking about for Van Buren having some sort of suggested sort of crossing light for that area, because that's tough. That's tough to make. I can't make a left turn on 250 a lot of the time, but you know, we should look at it. And I think to Frank's point, it'd be great if he and I have that opportunity so they can walk us through it a little bit more, and we can throw out some thoughts that came from different people. It's really, I almost did that this week to reach out and just say, hey, we'd love that opportunity. I reached out twice to Ross about having some sort of meeting with the businesses, and the last response I got from him was that they're looking into some things they're discussing on their end. And that question's still out there for me. And I know the Business Association and other businesses would really very much welcome that. And so I think at the end of the day, more of us want to work together with CDTA to get something that is going to work for all people, pedestrians, the riders, businesses. But as far as I'm hearing currently, and you say that no, again, maybe no idea has been chosen, but again, it just moves us in trajectory and it starts closing the doors on other options perhaps. So I'd really like to, I know you guys are eager to move forward, but I think that one little step could help us all kind of maybe come to a consensus.
Well, how about the idea of us inviting Ross to a special meeting of the entire board? Because I also would like to discuss this further with them.
Yeah, you haven't had the opportunity for a walkthrough, right?
No, yeah, and they've done, the walkthrough is really for their benefit. I think to really get familiar with the place. We don't need to walk through so much as.
I think it's good to give them ideas. It's
kind of. Yeah, but it'd also be nice to share all this discussion, and we don't have to have them sit through a whole another public hearing, but at least hear from us and all the different concerns, and we hear from them about their constraints. And I don't know, it seems, because I also am interested in what their flexibility is, both with location. Like, have we really had I certainly haven't had, and I don't know if anyone's had a long conversation with them about all the different flexibility they may have in terms of location and the design of the bump out, for instance. I do hear what Sean's saying, like, you can't just put a shelter and you have to follow the numbers. And but within, if there is some wiggle room up north and south, it would be good to know what that parameter specifically is, and just to hear, let them hear from us now that we've heard more of the issues, and also that we can hear from them what their constraints are. So that, to me, would be an efficient use of time to really hone in on the best solution. When it comes to the Front Street northbound side, I'm not worried about a big impact going north if you have a bus bump out on Front Street, because buses are already going through. It won't increase congestion. It just takes away one parking space. I think the visibility thing is minimal. The issue there is not right in front or that close to Pizza Works, for instance. So I think that could be potentially a viable place. I would like to see that or something in that general area tested. I see the need to maybe reduce the bump out on the south side or the turning radius, I also support and believe it's very important to have pedestrian safety. So that's another reason to have a bump out with shelter on Front Street, because that is where people are. That's where the bus riders are, and that's where the pedestrians are. They use that Front Street area. They don't use it 200 feet away. So this would help everybody. The other thing is, so again, I don't think it's going to impact congestion because buses are already going through there. The other piece is, so we heard from 23 businesses, some proportion of which don't like the idea of a shelter, at least near them. So there's 50 riders a day. I bet if we surveyed them, 100% would say, yeah, let's put a shelter. So they count too, even if we're not surveying them, they are people, and they're actually a bigger number than what we have in the survey right now. I don't want to hurt the businesses, but the shelters are clearly not really for the businesses, and it's okay to meet other people's needs. So again, we don't want to do a lot of damage, but the loss of one space, I don't think is significant. It is something, but it's doable. And again, the buses are going through now, so the congestion is what it is.
The way it's drawn though, Ben, gotta understand it's actually 4 spaces currently, plus possibly a fifth
Not-
because the
not in front of
redesign.
Front, not in- on
The total on both sides of the street with all the wraparound and all that
Well,
stuff ends
it
up being
says
about
2.
5. They can say 2. Yeah, they can say 2 all they want. Shannon
Well,
Doe,
they've
who was
done
here
this
from the
study.
Gazette earlier, she and I were talking when she was doing her story last week, and she and her photographer couldn't understand what the heck they meant by 2. She said that's got to be 4+
Well,
from where they
I,
were.
I would support reducing the bump out on Front, or not having a bump out on the Front Street side of that, and just have it on the Milton side and just keep it the 2 spaces.
Well, all this discussion, actually, there may be a hybrid model that would resolve some of these issues where we would put the northbound bump out and shelter at Front Street and the southbound bump out and shelter at Washington Ave. And essentially what that would do is keep those 2 coupled intersections clear. Because the stops would be before those 2 intersections.
Yeah, but then High Street's an issue on the backside of it. If there's a delay on that bus, that's the problem.
Well,
But anyway, let me,
All
if
of
I
this
may.
can, I think motion F does not say anything about location, except that final approval of any locations and designs of bus shelters will be provided after analysis, testing, and public feedback. Motion E is directing them what to do in their study, which I don't think since we're not paying for it, if we want to pay for our own study,
Okay, Liz.
we
if I may.
can specify what's going to happen. So I would like us to move forward and take a vote on motion F.
Okay, Liz,
and
may
move
I speak before we go take votes and whatnot on this? Because I now got some notes I'd like to read off of here. To the point that keeps coming up with respect to CDTA and directing them what to do and the relationship and everything else, we actually sit in that very relationship, whether you want to believe it or not. And Tim probably will know where I'm going with this here. At the end of the day, our relationship with the school district on our village streets and the town in the same way in their town streets, there is a symbiosis requirement because the schools will not be able to do anything on our streets, and they rely on us to do things to make changes ultimately. And when they come to us, when Ed Martin comes to me and says, hey, Frank, can you do X, Y, or Z on Malta Avenue? I don't tell him to go pound salt. That would not be in our best interest to tell the school district to pound salt to make the changes that are necessary. Liz, it's my turn, so please. The whole idea is at the end of the day, when you have a relationship, you want to improve, you have a conversation, you listen, you work together. You don't basically head off each other at the pass and make bad ideas or choices happen because it makes both of the entities look like jerks at the end of the day. And that's why I've been hyper careful with the school district, the school board, et cetera. Make sure we were always being attentive to when they think signs are needed somewhere. Speeds are going too fast. We need crosswalks in certain areas, just as much as I think anybody on this board would be and has been along the way. That's the relationship that CDTA really has with us in this, but we're the school district to a certain degree, and CDTA is Ballston Spa in that equivalency. So to say that they're just going to scoff at us, et cetera, we don't scoff at our partner in this type of
Didn't
situation.
say they were gonna scoff, but
Well,
actually-
you're saying they're going to run away. The things that are being asked for
no,
in
I
E
think,
are
I think there's
respectful.
a
but-
high degree of likelihood that they will drop this project because of basically.
When we come to them and say safety could be an issue, when we say to them that the community is against it, but they really want shelters and there may be other ideas, when we say to them, hey, can we see your data? Because there's a lot of misinformation going on around here and your data might be important to help us understand
Okay.
and educate the community.
Well, I'm not as hopeful because this has been so politicized and has been blown up when it could have been handled completely differently and taken the steps which they laid out
Liz,
with their consultant.
your
Instead
community-
of criticizing them
Your
left and right,
Your
you
community,
going to other engineers to question their engineer. I don't think that they're going to be very favorable about working with this village because
they work
we-
with these engineers all the time, actually. And I went to them because at the end of the day, they have insight about what they can and can't
Yes.
do. And they can run these
you've been
tests.
second guessing them all the way along the line.
And I
I'll
got
be
qualified engineers to
surprised-
help.
I will be surprised if they want to continue working with us.
Okay. Okay, and you know what? I don't always agree with the school district, but I don't hang up the phone on Ed. I don't hang up the phone on Dr. Duca. I don't hang up the phone on Tim or, if he reaches out to me. You gotta listen.
Let's ask if they'll meet with us, a special meeting.
And so let me just finish what I'm going to say, and then I'm going to propose something here if I can. The notion of the Broadway and busiest stop situation in Saratoga, this one is killing me because before that bus shelter was at Congress Park and the complement across the street, I would love to see the ridership data tell me that that was the busiest stop on Broadway. Because I don't think it would have said that. And realistically, again, the reason they picked that area is it's not blocking a business. It's in a park area. And maybe the park was that popular, but they didn't see fit to put one in front of a business down that entire stretch for a reason. The same reason we need to be very careful about this. And bump outs wouldn't matter as much in Saratoga on a 4-lane street, 2 in each direction. It will matter a lot on a 2-lane street, 1 in either direction, that's as narrow as that piece of Route 50 is. The last thing I want to say, we've been down this road before in terms of thinking we know what's best for our community without asking the community or assuming that the community is a little bit off its gourd at times. You almost closed down Front Street in 2021. You meaning the people that were on the board at that time. 2020 was COVID. We know that. We had done that, eating in the street idea or dining in the street idea to help out the businesses that couldn't have full capacity inside. And we all understand that. In 2021, that same thing was almost done again. Until Ben, you had the idea. We need to do a survey of the residents and businesses in that area to see what their thoughts are. And what did the results come back as finally? Just at the 11th hour, you came up with that before you all passed that. I remember this clear as day on Zoom back in the day. And that survey was remarkably against the idea to a degree that you abandoned the idea in its entirety. You gave Jersey barricades basically to options to next door. And to the degree they needed it, I think it was Front Street Social. That was it. That was all that wanted that. You almost made a decision without talking to the people that were most impacted by it that would have altered the course of their businesses on the rebound in 2021. And to not learn from that situation where you made the right decision ultimately, Ben, you absolutely did. Not to learn from that and apply the same mentality here a little bit, especially with the thrust of, hey, this isn't a good idea notions coming, not just through Facebook, we've been getting emails too and everything else on this. That's
Frank,
not,
you're giving the
excuse me.
impression that no public input would be done. That's not true.
Liz, you're trapping the situation into two spots right now. And that's the whole thing. Yeah, I got a business, excuse me, I've got a business owner on Malta Avenue and
Yes,
Milton
because
Avenue.
you
Excuse me,
convinced them
excuse
that we
me.
are restricted
You don't want
to
me
two
talking over
locations.
you. I don't want you talking over me.
Let's end
No.
this now and
Liz,
move
it's
on
not for you to
our
end. I'm the
motions.
presiding officer. Thank you. Now to finish, you've got a business owner on Malta Avenue and Milton Avenue that is sitting here saying the impact on our business is horrific at times, even though they've been very respectful and polite about how they've said it. And thank you for that. And I appreciate what you said all the way in the last couple of weeks that we've been talking, or a week and a half or so we've been talking. So thank you. You've got a business owner on Front Street that basically was very polite himself that said flat out the same thing. Essentially, I'm not thrilled about this. I might like shelters, not a good idea. The one across the street from them said the same thing basically. And so you sit there and you say, it's not just data driven. I also have my businesses in the community that are having an issue here that are being impacted. I've got traffic being impacted. Can we not do better here? Is there not something to do better? And that's what we're getting at here. So my proposal, if I may, just to finish here, I promise you a proposal, is a table E, table F, and basically go back to CDTA, ask for some data, no doubt. I think we need some actual data from them. And also have a discussion. Somehow we'll figure out a way to get the three that didn't get included in a new site visit to walk through some of the options that have come up from this and from even the questions that maybe should have been asked in the first place that might not have been. And let's get the rest of the story here and see what we can come up with. In the meantime, I'll continue to work with the county on the 451 or substitute idea, because I think that's a win-win for everybody if that can return. But I think we're at a spot here where the people have spoken, the businesses have spoken to a general degree, and we've got to do something to improve the line, no doubt. To improve the shelter situation, no doubt. And to take into context here, the location situation better than what right now the Hobson's dilemma really is in this whole thing. Neither is a great idea right now.
So maybe we could do a special meeting that is a walkthrough perhaps.
Something like that, but that would force us to get the public, allow the public to walk with us. So you got to, it's a little more complicated than that.
But our agenda could be that we're not gonna assault them with 1 million people.
Well, you can't hold back the people from being able to join. So that's the whole thing. So weuld have to figure out with.
There could be an agenda.
Our attorney.
There could be an agenda about how it's structured and the conversation. I
appreciate that.
But I agree, you know, they had a presentation and we all took it in and now we're processing it. And it makes sense for there to be another step in the dialogue. And so I would support that. I do strongly disagree that we're not listening. We're not listening to people. We are, and you know, businesses are one constituency and there are multiple. And so we're trying to balance everything. We are listening to the fire people and the radius and trying to think about flexibilities. It would be helpful in that conversation to have CDTA in the room so they could say, yes, that we could do that, or we could think about that, or no, we can't do this other thing. And then we'd have some answers about what direction to move in from there.
But the thing is, Ross asked specifically, are we comfortable with some minor reduction in on-street parking spaces and some tightening of turning radii or roadway width? Now, that could occur anywhere, right? Could occur at Front Street, it could occur at Malta, it could occur north, it could occur south. Final approval of any locations and designs of bus shelters will be provided after analysis, testing, and public feedback.
Do
So
we
tell
work
me
for
what is wrong
Ross?
about,
CDTA? Do we work for them or for this community?
no, I'm saying they're paying for this. This is their
We
study.
pay for what the school district asks us to do too, for the most part, and we don't have that attitude
They
with our school
hired the
district.
consultant. It is their study. If we want to have our own study, they make their decisions, okay? This is saying that we're going to move, that we are comfortable So at the north end, are you comfortable with if that'll take a few parking spaces? Yes or no?
Notice that the wording is very particular here to basically discuss all the possible options that could come with it ultimately, Liz. Losing
No.
parking spaces, tightening radii don't necessarily happen in the north spots. They
You're
don't,
gonna lose.
No, there would
parking.
be.
Yeah, there would
some.
be.
not necessarily.
Of course there would.
No, because
Anywhere on
if it's
50.
wider ultimately, and if the sidewalk can handle it without the bump out need.
It's worth a conversation.
Yep.
but-
It sounds like Ben, you're on board for that. I mean, I'd be happy to make that motion if we need to make a motion to move this forward to have some sort of process.
I kind of find it absurd that this is even a motion. Why aren't we just corresponding?
That's
with
fine.
I don't know if
Ross
we need it. I'm just saying.
That's fine. That's fine.
And
I'm
asking all
saying
these
I'm willing.
questions. in the motion.
Well, my whole idea was table E, table F and ask at that point. So that's where I'd like to go with it. If it required a motion, it required a motion, but
But
That's what I was asking
he
mainly.
said what they need to go forward. And it's
We
those
do not
two.
work for the CDTA. We work for this
Okay, then
community.
you're killing the project.
No, we're
That's
That's
fine.
not true. And that's a very
Exactly
hyperbolic,
what you're
that's a hyperbolic thing to say.
Well-
We are willing to work with this, yes.
We can ask
That's
him.
truly
if he-
hyperbolic. How do you
Liz,
not
we
see
can-
that?
We can ask him if he's willing to meet with us. If he says, no, I need this motion first, then we could have the motion.
that's
and-
why we
I
put
don't
it on
think
the-
we even need to meet with him. I think an email correspondence.
no, I would like to meet with him too. It would be-
but-
And I would actually take
Uh,
Dave Avenarius out with me too. And I would actually take Sean O'Brien out. I would take Colby Crow or Chief Bayshore out with me and Ray Otten.
No, see, I'd rather just have 4 or 5 trustees represent this community and not, again, assault them with a whole
Yeah,
bunch
but
of people.
this isn't an assault. This is the ideas and thoughts of what is the current state of affairs, the current conditions, and what could happen with possible moves and what they have the flexibility ultimately to do, what the impacts would be at other locations.
So should
Just-
we have moms and dads with strollers? I mean, there's different perspectives, right? So
If you have a
Well, I-
mom or dad that you'd like to
No.
bring on, sure.
no, it's not going to work to have a big group of people
Well,
surrounding us.
obviously, you're gonna have an equal mix of bus riders,
Right.
non-bus riders, and then business and non-business. So if you're gonna do that, my personal opinion, that sounds like a logistical nightmare. I don't know why we just don't have an email correspondence and you list off your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever points you have in this motion E, and just ask Ross, is this something feasible? Is this something you would do? Or is this a non-starter?
I think Frank
Boom,
did say.
boom,
you were
boom,
gonna-
boom, and then we
ask.
know where we stand.
I think Frank did say he was gonna reach out and ask for those things, but I think there's a number of us, like, if Ben and I wanted, I'd be happy to walk with you through a walkthrough, and if Frank needed to do something else, but, you know, like.
Frank will pound salt.
Frank will do something, but, I just want to reiterate, like, I want to work with the CDTA. I think it's, when I said hyperbolic, I meant it, to say that just, standing up for our community and asking these questions is going to kill something. Well, I think that's a
No,
very strong opinion.
I'm
Did
saying
they
not-
say that it was going to kill a project that we asked these
Saying
questions?
not
Well, then-
answering their
Well, again,
requirements.
do we work for the CDTA? The answer is no, we work for this community. So it is
So
okay
where
for us
is
as
this-
trustees
Where
and
is
as,
this motion working against the community?
By saying that you are in favor of losing parking spaces and tightening turning radii, because that would suggest that they can go ahead on those 2 intersections and only those 2 intersections
No,
without
there
looking
was
at
no
other
thing
things.
about
Doesn't
two
say any
intersections.
intersection.
It is so
does
implied in there
No,
because you
it
have.
is not
It
implied.
it absolutely is.
It is not.
you have already indicated an email to
They-
the
he
CDTA, that the board had an agreement that one site was better than the other, and we, yes, you did an
Yeah,
email.
you referred to
So
Sean's
perhaps you
email, which was
forgot.
Front Street.
Perhaps you forgot, but again, it is okay, it is good.
Open to any site, but what I'm trying to do here
Well,
is
we're trying to
move
accomplish
this
the
thing
same,
forward.
we're trying to accomplish
Liz,
the same thing.
we can talk to him and see if he's willing to meet with us.
Okay,
And
but
I would again would give this to him as a heads up before you meet.
I'd
You might be
actually
able-
like to pick up the phone and talk to Ross directly about some of this stuff. I
Well,
think it might be
great-
useful.
Again,
Well,
things in writing, Frank, are the best.
Actually,
Always.
actually, sometimes having a phone call with people to show that you're not the big bad wolf, because words on paper sometimes come across without the right tone.
You have to compromise a call and then a follow-up email. Thank you for the call.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
would like a group,
Exactly.
I would like a group meeting so that we all can
Yeah.
hear the same thing.
I-
And we can all have
100%.
opportunity to ask questions. It's not just one person reporting back something.
A
from
good-
third
good
party.
call, 100%.
Again, an email with everybody
No.
on it
Emails though,
solves that.
nobody
problem.
writes everything they're thinking in an email, and there's gonna be follow-up questions.
And
Emails are
the
good for
tone
certain-
sucks.
I mean, well, it's just not complete conversation. It's not bad,
I think.
but it's
you-
not the same.
We do a special meeting, invite Ross, everybody can lay out their concerns if he's willing to do it, but I'm really concerned that we didn't even address his basic question.
I'm concerned that they didn't answer or address our basic questions and problems.
I think it's legitimate to say, look, the community has concerns about parking spaces with turning radiuses and congestion stuff. And we just want to air out some of these issues with you and see what the flexibilities are with you, because we've
Can
heard
we
a lot
make the
of
line
concerns.
much better as a
It's-
whole, from stop one in the village to stop end on the village?
Yeah, I don't want, I wouldn't want him again to be given or experience a whole ton of very time consuming feedback from a lot of people. We've heard it. We've heard it. And
Workshop is special meeting.
Right. So we have a workshop with, and we can discuss this as a board with him in a, you know, a structured way that gets all this.
So let's do this. I'll craft something up tomorrow in terms of email and also, but I would like to have a phone discussion just to reassure him. Village Ballston Spa appreciates what you're willing to do with the bus line, but at the same time, we have concerns, and there are things I don't think are necessarily being considered by CDTA line wide that are issues right now in the village. We just want to have a discussion about taking care of all those things to make sure that we make the right decisions down the line here.
Yeah, we heard your presentation and we have questions to follow up questions.
Yep. Okay. Can I get a motion that the Park and Tree Board be allowed to organize and schedule work days in any of the Village of Ballston Spa parks that fall under their jurisdiction? This approval would be only valid if scheduling conflicts are confirmed with the village clerk ahead of time. Trustee Fandesa. Trustee Baskin, I'll give that second to discussion. All
I
in
think it's a
favor?
good idea. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, yep, sorry.
Aye.
All in favor, aye. All
Aye.
opposed? I was doing as fast as I can. Motion carries. Can I get a motion that Emily Swalen be appointed as a cleaner for Eagle Mat Lee Fire Company number 1? Trustee Fandesa.
I'll second.
Trustee Baskin, discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that the library be authorized to expend the amount of $1,564 for an AED package? This money will be from the fund balance of a fund. Trustee Fandesa, Trustee Raymond.
What fund?
A fund, a general fund.
The general.
Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion that the mayor shall execute the attached phone system agreement to allow for sufficient phone lines and for a dial by number switchboard message for callers? Make the motion. We can talk about what just happened on this one because I understand where this is going to go. Trustee Fandesa.
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion. The agreement's kind of like basically signing that detail sheet that they had. So
What's this for?
this is, we don't have phone lines for everybody. We also don't have any way to direct phone lines or phone calls absent a person picking up the phone in the general office. And it causes issues with the building department. It causes issues upstairs. Treasurer, Jennifer, if you want to elaborate, or Terry, if you want to elaborate at all on this.
The only thing I would add is that we've been working on getting a new phone system for the village since before I was hired. This is the first positive step we've made in getting something. So
That's not
sticking
good.
with the company we have now, so it's not changing that, it's just expanding what we have to bring us into maybe last century.
What was it? It was like 500 a year. There's a couple numbers there.
Yeah, but that's for the equipment, basically. We're renting the equipment at that point.
So what will it do?
Well, right now, you have a phone tree.
Right.
So adding this will be able to call into the village and they say, if you'd like to talk to the village clerk, press 1. If you'd like to talk to the village administrator, press 2. So there's that. There will now be a second phone in my office so that more than one person can be on the phone at more than one time. And it will streamline downstairs and upstairs so we can communicate with each other.
So you can transfer a call.
Right.
down to
The
building.
next step will be streamlining the police department and the fire department. But we're not there.
Okay. No, I
That's next century.
Okay.
All,
So please say yes, I beg.
Have any explanation?
yeah, by the way, thanks to Tricia Hasbrook for working this.
Totally does.
Yep, she did a great job with getting this together, and she's been pushing me to make sure we got it on the agenda. I apologize for not having a little bit more advance on this, but at least I think you kind of got the notion of what's going on here on this one. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. E and F, I'm going to intentionally skip. Can I get a motion for DPW to remove the invasive and poisonous berries, yew bushes and bishop's weed around those bushes at Wiswell Park? I'm going to propose a slight modification on this, just out of respect here. Can I get a motion for the DPW to evaluate and determine how to remove the invasive and poisonous berries, yew bushes and bishop weed around those bushes at Wiswell Park? Area should be graded and landscape cloth placed over the area. Work was approved by the Park and Tree Board at their June 20th, 2023 meeting.
Well,
Trustee Fontaine,
I mean, we'd like them to remove it. Can we just add? Second.
Thank you.
I mean,
That was awesome. All right. Trustee Baskin with this second, now he's going to complain about it.
well, I'd like the motion to be that they will remove it, but also that they will explore the best ways and according to their own schedule.
Well, I would like to make sure first they are the entity to remove it.
Right.
Okay.
So you think they wouldn't be the entity?
I don't know. We haven't really asked them.
I don't think the
I
bushes
actually had a
currently have the
conversation.
berries on them. It's in the spring. They develop in the fall,
The
so.
berries aren't dangerous unless you eat them. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like you can.
Little
you
kids
can
like bread things.
No, but you can remove the bushes without danger.
Why don't we let Sean, who I may have actually had the conversation we're referring to here.
Yeah, I spoke with Jeff, I don't know if it was earlier today or Friday, regarding this, and I don't think it's an issue of whether they can do the work or not. It's whether they have time to do the work or not. He was not looking like he had a window until like early August to fit this in, so.
So my wording would be appropriate under the circumstances.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, can we just add according to their schedule?
I think it's implied, that's implied. It's just a question of, we're going to leave it to them to tell us that we're going to do it, or this firm should do it, and we'll just get this done basically as soon as possible. Because it sounds like you want it done soon, not waiting out there till September if possible. Is it, Judy, go ahead.
Doesn't matter that much?
Would be nice. I mean, of course, we always assume that it would be according to DPW's schedule. It'd be nice for, and I'm just speaking for the SBPA, I haven't spoken to them personally, but, they would get more vendor space.
Yeah.
They would, other events would have more space because they could walk on. the
You more
landscape.
care about getting it done than necessarily who does that work, it sounds like that. Okay, so I think
All
we're in a
right,
good
that's fine, that's
space then. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I need a motion for the attached scope of work for Studio A to do a landscape master plan for Wiswell Park. I'm going to actually reword that now too, just having reread that. I get a motion for the mayor to execute the attached scope of work for Studio A to do a landscape master plan for Wiswell Park. Work was approved by the Park and Tree Board at their June 20th, 2023 meeting.
Well,
Trustee Fontaine?
shouldn't the person who introduced it make because then you, right, just because then she could make the changes, whatever, like I think Liz, if you make the, if you.
Add mayor to execute.
What?
Are you referring to that?
Right, oh,
Or
no,
the
just
attached
that she
scope
put
to
it
be
in there.
executed, scope of work to be executed by the mayor for Studio A to do the landscape.
Correct. That's what I basically read there, just to make
Right.
the proper modification there. Yep.
I make that motion.
Trustee Cormos,
All right, I'll second.
trustee Baskin, discussion. All in favor, Sean?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries. Can I get a motion for the last two versions of the Wiswall Park, Wiswall plan to be shared with Labella for their opinion on the location of permanent structures in relation to underground utilities? Request Labella Associates to amend the scope of work of the proposal for the sewer replacement in Wiswall Park to include a review of the proposed two conceptual landscape plans to determine their impacts to design and construction of the sewer replacement in regards to feasibility and cost, with the understanding that a change in fee may be necessary. Work was approved by the Park and Tree Board at their June 20th, 2023 meeting. Can you tell I didn't get to read all these through last week? Make the motion, we'll discuss it. Go ahead.
I make the motion.
Trustee Cormos,
Second.
trustee Raymond, discussion. So this was the whole chicken and egg issue we were having with Labella. And realistically, they wanted to know if they were going to be working around somebody else's plan, or if they were going to get free reign to say, this is the best location or locations for this sewer pipe. And we, at the last meeting, voted that number two was the answer we're going to go with. And this is what Judy and I had talked with Caitlin. The idea that let them do their work over the next 8 weeks to determine the one or two best locations for the sewer pipe, because right now it's in a weird configuration. There's no doubt about it. It slants through the park for some unknown reason. There may be a way to not necessarily 90-degree it, but get it a little bit more flush to the building side, so there's more area to play with structures, trees, etc. over there. So yeah, there would be love to, be able to tell the sewer pipe gods where the heck you want the sewer pipe to be laid, but that doesn't necessarily work, because the sewer pipes operations got to be probably the most important part of part one, and then the rest of the plan.
Exactly what their point was. They want the engineers to determine where the sewer pipe is.
That's what they're doing.
Well, I think that the confusion is, and we went back and forth on emails on this, is that the proposal by Labella doesn't use the word relocation.
But we clarified that with Joe.
We did?
Yes, I reached out. Remember when I said, I got to check on something, it's missing, I feel, from it, and I had the conversation. She said, no, that's the implication in there is we're going to give you potential locations for this pipe to be correctly situated.
Won't it be like hugely more expensive to relocate that pipe from where it is now?
It might, but also if you're ever going to move it, now's the time to do it as you're preparing to do this work on the park.
I think the sharing of these plans just is informational for Labella. So they already see where, because I think the layouts are pretty much not going to change, except for maybe the location of the San Souci Spring. There was two concept plans where that was basically the only thing that changed.
So let's just give it to them and say, do what you want with them. But at the same time, if you feel like this is mislocated or something is wrong here,
well,
let us know.
they just need to identify, is one of those locations going to be more in conflict than the other? And then just tell us that, because that's all we really need to do to move forward.
So I wouldn't be comfortable with doing an entire change of scope of work. I would just say, Joe, as a courtesy, here's what they're thinking to do. If it causes an issue, let us know.
Well, he's looking at something extra. That's the only reason that's in there.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Hey, if he doesn't, it says May right there.
That's good. I just don't think we need to change the scope on this. I think what we're asking here, Judy, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it'd be really stupid if we hired Studio A to do plans and Labella, we okay plans for Labella and the two don't talk. And we all don't talk.
Well, but by all means, Studio A could go through us to, make sure we get the correct information. So that was never in doubt. The whole idea was maybe just keep the west side of the park a little bit clean for now in terms of what you're designing, or flexible, so that we wait for the correct answer to come back from Labella in the next 7 to 8 weeks, which is what the scope was.
I would also say the Studio A quote is not for a redesign of the conceptual plan. That's to flesh out one of those conceptual plans. because that's not enough money to read it, completely redesign something.
All right, so I'm fine just sending Labella the diagram, with or without the, or the two diagrams with
So
the
we'll-
spring in different places.
We'll do that anyway then. Judy, send me what you'd like to send over there and so be it.
So we're tabling.
Yeah, can I get a motion to table?
Can you just CC it or let us know you?
Yeah, just, in fact, if you want, like I said, Judy, send me what you want to get over there and then send it to the entire board and I'll basically forward it over to Joe or reply all with Joe on it that way.
But I didn't realize we were thinking relocating, even if it costs a lot of money. 'cause
Well, it's part of the analysis. It is.
Okay.
So we've got to see what the real answer is here. It may not be functionally the right place. It may be. DPW seems to think it could sit as it is and not even be replaced and be functional still. And so maybe we have to listen to that question too as potential.
Well, I just think it would be a shame to do all this park work and then end up having to tear it all
I
up.
get it. I get it. But it's, let's listen to what they have to say on this one.
We can't apply for any grants or anything until we get this plan.
I get it. Yeah.
Finalized,
So,
yeah.
okay, can I get a motion to table?
I'll make that.
Trustee Fandesa,
A second.
trustee Cormos, discussion, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries to table. Can I get a motion to approve the attached revised village committee policy?
To make that motion.
Trustee Cormos,
I'll second.
trustee Baskin, discussion. I think it's not all that. I think that it's just kind of a slap in the face, but let's go with the vote at this point. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. 3-2 is the added vote in favor, therefore it carries. K is being tabled. Any other business?
So the Labella contract, we're just missing a fee schedule, I guess. right?
Basically the same thing that happened last year.
Right.
We'll get the fee update to see
And then-
2022, next 2023 now.
And then, so next meeting, we should have.
Yep,
what we
I'll
need
work with
to-
Joe
for
on
the
it.
motion.
If
Okay.
that's where we're going with that.
I
Thank
have a
you.
question on the abstract. I never received an answer as to what the $38,942.90 to Evolution Construction.
That's the
Services.
pavers of Front Street. That's the work they did
That was the folks that.
that do the paving.
The paving.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
It would be nice if those abstracts had more descriptions. There are very few on there because it's very hard for us to approve an expenditure without knowing what it's for.
Having a treasurer now in place is hopefully going to make that a lot better and easier. Let's cross our fingers, and also getting her deputy treasurer ASAP. We're going to work on that very quickly.